And we are live. Now, I'm debating. Do I do this meteor shower because I'm seeing, obviously, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning is the peak. Oh no. Did I just hear my name? So, I'm seeing information that we could definitely see activity of the meteor shower tonight. That's what I'm reading right now. Yes, Mom, I'm live. What's
I want the key to the door in front.
I'll lock the door in a minute. I gotta go outside anyway.
That's what you said.
I will lock it. It's only 8:30 at night. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Shut the light and close the door. Thank you. Where was I? Totally forgot now. Oh, I'm reading, and I'm debating. Because it would mean another late night. Coffee, definitely. Coffee. Now, look how dark I'm getting. That's like ridiculous. More sun today. I mean, look at that. I'm pulling up, like, to see how much of a difference with my legs. It's since I lost so much weight, there's no more like fat. Like if I do the close the door. Oh my gosh. This is what I mean. As soon as I go live, it's like no peace. I gotta get up and close the door now. It's like the people in this house don't know how to close the door when they leave a room. That's how it is here. They just don't know how to close the door. I don't understand it. I never could. It's like, shut the door. See. Can't make it up. But not, it's probably dark already, right? Oh yeah, it's dark. I gotta set up the camera. In the dark. I hate that. I just finished doing a show though, so it was like last minute decision. Alright, let's get the pop outs first. What's up, Daryl? How are you? What am I missing here? So, obviously, like I said, the peak is Wednesday morning. But, and I've checked numerous sites before I came on, like here. We recommend watching for Perseids Meteors on the mornings of 11, 12, and 13. Well, the 11th is tonight. Technically, after midnight, that's the 11th, the mornings of. So why not try? Right? That's what it says on the screen, right? It is the real peak is the 13th, 12th, the night of the 12th into the 13th. But you can still possibly see some tonight. And yes, the moon is an issue. I know all about that. It's been mentioned numerous times. I mean, with the naked eye, obviously it's a struggle. But with the camera, I can cheat a little. That's for sure. Especially with the night filter I have over the sensor. Because I wouldn't do it now, but I can actually take the lens off and show you that there's a filter, night filter, that's laying over the sensor. It's for light pollution for nighttime. That's what I bought it for. It's in that camera. So it's very helpful. The thing is, I gotta go outside and set the camera up in the dark, and I can't put the motor because I didn't fix it yet. But that's okay. I can move it little by little as the night goes on. It's actually a lot less work without the motor. It really is. I could see the front light is on in the house. Momzilla's doing something. Right there. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put the camera out. Let's do that now. Just want to make sure I got a charge. It should be. Oh my god, I left it on. But it still got full juice. Which is a miracle. As long as this is closed, it doesn't activate the camera. Even if it's on. Which is good. Because otherwise this would have no juice. Because it was on. Oh, the door's locked. We gotta open up the door. Alexa, turn on light.
Okay.
Oh God, where's the key? I'm gonna need coffee tonight. I double locked it. Alright, first things first. Maybe I'll try to fix that if I can find a washer. I need a washer to fix it. We need a flashlight. What a pain. This is always a pain. Always. Okay, we gotta shut off the other light. It's on the front of the house. Okay, good. Let's shut that light. Alexa, shut light.
Okay.
Now we're gonna have to play with the camera in a minute. Clock is up. What's up, Elise? So, technically, the peak is Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, but you can still see activity tonight, actually tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning, and Wednesday morning. The next 3 mornings you could see, but Wednesday being best. That's prime, is Wednesday morning. But, all right, Daryl, have a great one. Go eat your chili. I gotta make some coffee. That's what I need. And I gotta brighten up this ISO. But the moon is the problem. That's the problem. But this camera should be okay, somewhat. All right, let me go out. This is a mole's favorite part of the night. Go outside. Because I don't have the motor on tonight. I gotta try to find a washer to fix my motor. Oh. Let's get rid of that screen. We don't need that. Let's go play with the camera. Probably a little bright, but it's still getting dark, and I don't feel like going in and out, so it's a little bright right now. That's okay. All right. I wish I could fix that. And I don't even know what I did with the screw. Alexa, turn on light. I hope it's in here.
Okay.
It's not. So what did I do with the screw? It's a special size. Oh, I probably blew it. Yep. Impossible now. There's no way I could do the motor. Because I need that piece. Probably fell down. That's not gonna happen. Not tonight. So that means I'll have to go out every few minutes to play with it, which is pathetic. Unless I found another plate, a tripod plate. Oh shit, there's the other batteries for the GoPro 360. I was looking for them. it's not here. And there's no way I'm looking down there. So that's out. Nope. Alright, no big deal. We'll just have to do it manually. Because I'm not seeing the screw. Nowhere. Okay, this might work. What is this? A tripod. This is the right size screw. Now, how can I rig it? That's the key. But I can at least know that this is the right size of the screw that I need. That. That's what I need. Now let's see if we can. I'll break this. I don't care. It's good to have. But it might be sacrificed. Or I can find, because what happened is it broke underneath here. There's nothing to hold it to the camera from underneath. It fell and it snapped it. Tycho, not now. You're really getting out of control with this outside every few minutes thing now. He really is. It's getting ridiculous with him. Alright. This might come into play. Right here. I'm good at building things, so. Alright, let me see if I can find a bolt. Which is not gonna be easy either. Oh my God. Do I really, really want to try? What the hell am I going to use to capture it all? This could work. Kind of. Alexa, brighten living room light. Alexa, brighten living room light.
Okay.
That took long enough. It's too big. I'll be lucky if I find one in this batch. It's too big. Where's that little round thing? No, it's too thin. Yep. Too fat. This might work. This might be the freaking one. That's the one. That's the one. That fits. This will work. Look at that. Okay, Let's put all this back. Alexa, dim living room light 50%.
Got it.
You're a little slow tonight, Alexa. A little slow. Now let's see what we can do. I need coffee. Lots of coffee tonight. Could be a late one. I had blueberry pie, sugar-free. I might do that with coffee, actually. Who said it? A mole. I can't give him credit for a good idea. I just can't do it. I can't find it within myself to do that. Okay, so there's a slot. See? Tycho, don't. Wow, that barely fits. I can't raise the plate. Alright, let's think. How can we do this? It won't lay flush. If I put this down first, it'll still slide out. That's crazy how that busted. This isn't going to be long enough. It's too short. It's not gonna have enough. I'm gonna have to find something longer than this. That sucks, but I gotta do it. This won't work. It's too short. I wonder if I put tape underneath this and I put Bondo and straighten this up, I would have to turn the camera on it. It wouldn't be able to twist. Alright, we're gonna have to look for a different one. Just too short. No bueno. That's a fail right there. What's the length? Okay. It's got to be about 2 inches. If I'm lucky, if I find one. I would love to fix the motor mount, so I don't have to go outside every 20 minutes. It's too thick. This is close. Might not be. Yep, too skinny. It's close. None of these are gonna work. What about this one? This is close. This one works. Right here. Now, just in case, we may need a washer. That washer will work. Good. We might have it. Wow, I'm dropping a lot more shit this time. I actually need that. Okay. I think that's it. We don't need this one. Okay, let's see what we can do. This just might help me. Now the trick is going to be to lift this. I'm going to have to turn this on, plug it in to move that up. So I can get the screw in. Where's the cable to this freaking thing? Is this it? Oh my God, that's it. That is it. Okay. Okay, here's the pad. Let's turn it on. It's spinning. Why is it spinning? It's still moving. Why? Manual. It's going up. It's going up. That's as high as it goes. But that's not the side I want to be high. I want the other side high. this side. Come on, keep going. Okay, that's as high as it goes. We'll keep this just in case. Alright, now let's see what we can do maybe. Yep. That's the side. There it goes. I might try something even though it's not going to be even. But it would keep the nut. And that's all I need. Right there, I could thread it. That's freaking perfect. The only thing is the camera's not gonna sit flush, but that's alright. It'll still be tight. That'll work. What I could do is put something around it to make it flush. That worked. That fucking worked. But I would like to bring it up a little around here so I could make it flush for the camera. Even though it's on a cage, it may not make a difference. It doesn't matter. Do you see how I fixed that? It freaking worked. Trying to think if I have any padding that I could cut. A mouse pad would have been great. An extra mouse pad to cut it up and cut it, trace it, and cut it and fit it right in there. That would have been perfect. Because that's about the thickness I need. Now I'm trying to think in my head, what can I use? An old mat? Table mat that has the thickness that I can trace it and cut it so it could fit right on here and make it flush. And then glue it. Picture I got some in the backyard. Oh, the door is open. Tycho. Oh. I don't have peace in this house. less I gotta cut, the better. Alexa, brighten living room light 100%.
Okay.
We'll do the circle after. We'll have to take it off. I think those scissors are shit, but we'll try them. It's actually working. Cut around it. So we're going to draw an imaginary circle to cut it out. Now we need a knife or a blade. Oh shit, that might just work perfectly. Holy shit, that's working out good. I'm gonna tape it. That worked out better than I could have expected. My idea worked. That shitty scissor. Oh, that's great. That's it. That's flush. Look at that. Look how I built that. It's freaking amazing. Alexa, dim living room light 50%. I can't believe how I just built that. And I didn't even have to break this. Which is great.
Got it.
I just made a new plate on top of the old one that broke. Right there. Now the camera can be screwed in again. Right there. That's awesome. Just like that. Now do I go outside and do it? That's a pain. But it would save me tonight. I could just do manual tonight and then set this up tomorrow for tomorrow night. At least I fixed it. I'll leave it alone for tonight. It's already connected. I would have to disconnect everything. We'll leave it for tomorrow, but it should work. In theory, it should work. That's the main thing. Alexa, shut off living room light.
Okay.
The main thing is it's fixed. Oh, what a beautiful night. It's supposed to be beautiful for the next few nights, so. The only issue is the moon. And it is what it is. So I'm going to just show you if I can get a picture of it. So on the left side of the screen, where the tree is, just below that, right, very close to that is the radiant point for the meteor shower. Okay. Yeah, this one kind of shows you. So Cassiopeia, or I say Cassiopeia, is right there, right above the chimney. And just to the left, the star on the left side next to the tree, the radiant is slightly below it and slightly to the left. So when I put the image on, or I can overlap the image maybe, you'll see what I'm saying. Okay. Perseids 2025. Now let me see if I can put the image in here so I don't have to go crazy. Good. Done. Now we gotta make it a lot smaller. This should work. So you see this up here? You can't see my mouse, but on the very top where it says Cassiopeia, well, that's there. That's right on the screen, right above the chimney. So if you look where the radiant is for the Perseids, it's to the left and down, so it's still off screen, kinda. But that's where we're looking. So we're actually in a good spot right now. The only spot. So there you go. It's like, if I was looking at my screen, it would almost be like this. But obviously this is a lot. Actually, I can do this and cheat and overlay it. It's still too big. You almost can see it. If I stretched it, it would be like right there. This kind of tells you where it is right now. So it's off screen still. See what I'm saying? If you look at my screen, I'm almost overlaying the image of where it actually is on my screen. It's like right there. So you could see where the Perseids is emanating from the radiant point. Just to give everybody some perspective. So it's still low. Now because of the house, and I live in a hilly area, just because it might be above the horizon and low in the horizon doesn't mean I'm going to see it. Because we have a lot of hills and all that stuff here. So I don't live on a flat area. Because I'm sure, well, it's up in the horizon now. It's you can see it, not from where I am. Not yet. Because of the terrain. It's coming, but in view, that is. Now, I mean, the house is right there. I could lower it down, but it's not going to do much. The roof is there. So we're just going to have to be patient. It's early. It's 9:30. But they did say the 11th, 12th, and 13th, the mornings of. And the best one is the 13th, the morning. Wednesday morning. But you can still see some tonight. Best before dawn. And they say, I checked numerous places, one says 11, one says after midnight. But best, they all agree, best before dawn. Now, I don't know if I'm going to make it that long. Depends if we see activity or not. If I'm not seeing much activity, I'm not staying up. And I'm thinking of calling a host to call off a show Wednesday. Because I'm going to be up all night. I'm going to be toast. I don't know if I could do a show at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm going to be up till 6 in the morning, 5, 6 in the morning. I'm going to be wiped out. I'm not there yet. But we'll see. Because this is a once-in-a-year thing. And the weather's going to be good. The Geminids is another one, but this is the one. And it's too late to call him. I'm thinking of calling off Wednesday's 2 o'clock show. And it's just too bad. I have a life too. I'm working 7 days a week and running myself into the ground. And I hate to say it that way, but that's just the facts. Because it's not so much the preparation for this show, when the host sends me 14 videos, a bunch of photos, all kinds of stuff. I mean, that takes me time. And I'm not going to have the time to go crazy like that. The night of the meteor shower and the morning that I wake up, it's just impossible. I mean, really. I texted him and let him know. You know something? I was actually thinking of going outside. If if it wasn't as warm as it is and I would have to dress up because of ticks and mosquitoes spray my body, I was thinking of a way to do that. Of actually sitting outside and being out there and watching it from out there and broadcasting from out there. But that's just too much to do too. But I could do it. It's not hard. I don't have to sit here. It's a lot more comfortable in here with the air conditioning. I'm just saying, I actually did contemplate that to do something different. Set up a table outside, laptop. Because if I was using a different platform, I can stream myself. I could still do it now by using another platform. I can put my camera from the laptop onto this screen and be sitting out there, kill the mic in here, and put a mic out there and pipe it in here. It could be done. Not tonight though. I'm not, because there's so many mosquitoes out there and there's ticks. Lyme disease here is so bad. Hospitalizations it's above average, to say the least. There's a crazy outbreak with the Lyme disease going on. So, don't want to take chances with that. Because there's no way I'm going out there with a long sleeve, pants tucked with stuff, boots, and the whole day. There's no way I'm doing that. Because I would have to protect myself. Because it's that bad. So we're not going there. I'm actually going to look at that. Oh God. Okay, this is an old article. Here we go. I don't even know if I can trust the CDC because they're defunding everything. It's amazing what they're doing. I'm just saying. It's amazing how they're destroying everything that is against what their agenda is. Science being a big part of that. It's just insane. Okay, this is the map. That's not recent. I'm not surprised. Oh my God. Wear long sleeve pants, long sleeve shirts, and closed toed shoes. Just like I just said. Hell no, I'm not doing that. My light's on in the backyard as an animal. I'm actually trying to see the map. From my area. Okay, I got it. Oh, Jesus. This is old. Like, you actually think lawmakers are going to do this? I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Well, what's going on currently? This is just a week ago. Lawmakers face mounting pressure to pass K-Hagen-Tick Act amid Lyme disease spike. There's a denial of public health. There's just a denial of. It's just insane what's going on. Lyme disease case exploding across New York. You think they're going to give a shit? It's a blue state. You think they're actually going to give a shit? She's never going to get that money. They'll spend that money on a new ballroom in the White House. That's more important. Think about it. That's how bad the Lyme disease is here in New York. Just to put that in perspective. Amor, you're funny. Deep underground military bases with aliens at either nearby Plum Island, that's Long Island, or Mount Talk, yeah. I've been there, I grew up there. Are sending diseased ticks to Bill to disable him. Oh my gosh. That's funny. From Commander Cobra? That's funny, Ostains. But it's really, the point of that was, without getting too political, it's really bad here in New York. It's really bad. You're taking a chance. So it's not even worthy of going out there. And let's not even talk about diseases that mosquitoes can spread. So you got like a double whammy of bad out there. Shit, actually there is an option. What about a pre... I don't want to volunteer that because I'm busy. Shit. What is another option? I got a pre-record tomorrow at 3 o'clock. It would be really pushing it. I gotta call Don first. Make sure he's not going live tomorrow. I hate to do double back-to-back pre-records. It's gonna kill me. He hung up on me? No. The Decker would not hang up on me. Unless something's going on. Not my mayor. I don't live in New York City. I'm 100 miles north. Oh shit, his phone is just... cannot tell the other host to do a pre-record tomorrow night at 6 o'clock to 8. Because I got a live show at 9. If Don's not live, I could do a pre-record and squeeze it in at 6 to 8. What's going on, Mr. Decker?
Hey,
Oh. I cannot talk to Don on a stream because he hates that. He hates that. He does not like me to do that. So I have to mute. But he's not doing a show tomorrow because he's having a bad problem with his back. So now I can call the other guy. It's gonna be a pain in the ass for me, but I'd rather do a pre-record and have a show than not. At least it's a compromise. You understand? And I could sleep because Wednesday is gonna be tough. Pick up.
you've reached.
Oh. It's a compromise. I can't, because if I do this pre-record, it would go into his time slot. I don't have that time. That's why I have to do this. It would be from 6 to 8. Don's show starts at 7, so I couldn't do the pre-record. So now that Don's not doing a show, that makes my life possibly to do this pre-record. I cannot do it Tuesday because I'm going to the doctor. And then I got show starting at 6. That's impossible. Tomorrow I got a MUFON pre-record at 3 to 5. That would give me like a half-hour break and then do another pre-record for 2 hours. So that's pushing it. And then a live show at 9. It's too much. But I gave him the option. 6 o'clock tomorrow night, or we run a replay and we just concentrate on next week. It's a compromise. Because if I'm going to be up till 5 in the morning, I'm going to be wiped out. Because I got to work Tuesday night. I'm going to be tired. It's going to be tough. But at least it's a compromise. I'm willing to do a pre-record tomorrow. No, because Wednesdays is a hard work day for me. Shows start at 1:30, prep. And if Mark goes live, that's till 10 o'clock at night. That's sitting in this chair for freaking 9 hours. No way. I won't be able to do this. I can't do it. There's just no way. It's not humanly possible. Not even for me. I'm already taxing myself to incredible limits. As it is. I'm just being honest. You guys don't understand. Amol doesn't understand. John Astaines knows. There's a lot of responsibility that I have. A lot. There's a lot of shows on this network. And it's constant. Hosts sending me. I could go to my email now. It's all waiting for me. John B. Wells. Other syndicated shows that send me files. I have to edit them. For the week. I gotta always be ahead of the game or I'm dead. Then there's the live shows. And the information they gotta send me to set up the streams. And then send them the links. And then edit the audio files after the shows are done and put them in Spreaker. So it goes to Spotify and everywhere else. It is a lot of work. The first thing I do every morning is sit here for an hour or two and just do prep work, let alone work. It's a lot. And now the thing with John Burroughs, that's a project. That takes planning. There's a lot going on. So I have to not burn out and fade away. Because believe me, I can't even get sick. If I get sick, everything goes down. It's that simple. If I get sick, everything will be locked up. I can't even afford to get sick. Think about that. It's a lot of responsibility. But I'm okay. I'm good with it because I love it. But I'm a human being too. So, you gotta weigh all these things. And I don't want to mess up either. If I'm exhausted, that's not going to be good. Because I could make mistakes being so tired. I don't want to make mistakes. Thank gosh Amanda does what she does on Wednesdays. With iDetective, Briefing with the Chief. She produces those shows. All I do is sit here and supervise and monitor. Make sure everything runs right. That's different. But then I got the Paranormal Rangers at 7 to 8 on Wednesday. Mark, probably going live 8 to 10. This show would have gone on from 2 to 4. So the whole day is locked up on Wednesdays. Wednesdays is tough for me. Then I got to edit the shows. Like I said, there's a lot of work. John usually sends me anywhere from 11 to 15 videos that I must then use Premiere Pro, because they're MOV files, convert them to MP4s, retitle them, and then compress them in order for them to load in StreamYard. That's just a piece of what I have to do. You have no idea. I don't even like talking about details, because I don't like to talk about that stuff. But you have no idea what I do every day here. It's a lot. Anyway, we'll see what happens. But I am not missing, because the weather's going to be great. I am not missing this Perseids. Even with the moon, I don't care. I'm not missing it. Because a lot of years, the weather doesn't cooperate, and it's a waste. This is one year, even with the moon. Actually, Burroughs is not nuts at all. We're doing that Green Veil 22 chapter thing. I have to tell you, well, it's early for him. I should get John on with me. You have no idea. He's got information that has not been released yet. Oh, it's coming. And if the shit hits the fan, it's gonna hit the fan. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I can't talk about it. He's already been approached to go to a hearing. He said no. And I'm not gonna mention congressional names that approached him. They want him badly. So much so that he might become a hostile witness where they're going to issue him a subpoena. I'm not going to get into the details. He has email exchanges. He's got everything. He's got documents. I don't even want to tell you the shit that goes on behind the scenes of certain news organizations and certain groups and individuals that are trying to get John to come forward and do things. That's how badly they want John Burroughs. I'm telling you, like I said, I'm not going to speak for him, but if Race was here, he would say the same thing. Because Race and I are on the same page with that. When it comes to John, 100%. As a matter of fact, sometimes Race watches my stream and he'll send me a message from time to time. Like, I'm talking about it right now. Could be on Messenger. With the whole Burroughs thing. Because I said I'm 100% behind John. Let me see. I don't want to. By the way, Race looks great. He's lost a lot of weight. He's doing great. Oh, it was a comment during a stream. That's what it was. It wasn't Messenger. But he said, 100% John. People should be watching this animated series that's going on, The Green Veil. Because though the names have been changed, John is telling you what happened at Rendlesham. And everybody there says they had some type of a different experience. If you ask Peniston, it's different. John, Bustinza, they all have their recollections and account. Who knows? But the one thing that I like, I don't see anybody challenging John when John opens his mouth because they know better than to do that. Because they know he's speaking from truth. And he's going to confront you. John is very direct and blunt. He's not going to take anything from anybody. And it's almost like it's just oddly quiet. Because he's throwing names out there. Oh yeah, we still communicate. We spoke yesterday. We texted yesterday. We do. He looks great. God bless. I'll get John to come on with me. Maybe I'll get John to come on because he goes to bed early. I gotta shut. Now she turned the light on the front of the house. I need coffee. locking the front door. See, a mole, it's gonna be your fault. I gotta have sugar-free blueberry pie with coffee. I already locked the door. Ugh. A mole mentioned blueberries before, so I said, you know what? I'm gonna have some blueberry pie. Okay. No messages, please. No. I'm contemplating shutting my phone off. I mean, really, give me a break. Anyway. I can show you a little sneak peek of chapter 3. That's going to be out Thursday. Of the Green Veil. Obviously, I have it already ready to go. Like I said, it's already been edited and ready to air for Thursday. That's what I'm talking about. If I don't prepare, I'm in big trouble. I'm already working on Pine Bush for next year. Got 2 speakers already. That's another thing.
They said it was nothing, just lights in the trees, a trick of the frost, a ghost on the breeze. But I saw a mirror older than me, staring through time like it wanted to speak. The forest went silent, the world held its breath. Something was watching beyond life and death. We stepped through the green, boots breaking the seal, not chasing a light, but something too real. I came back with salt on my skin, my mind split wide where the storm got in. They call it a test, but I know the deal. History blinks beneath the green veil.
And good evening, everyone. Welcome to Chapter 3 of the 22 animated series. I'm here with John Burrows and our special guest co-host who will be joining us from time to time, Commander Copra, who is the co-host of UAP Crossfire that airs on Thursdays, 8 p.m. on KGRA-DB, along with Chris DePerno, Don Ecker, and Dan Carlson. And also, Commander will be having his own show sometime in the fall, 9 Line. So keep an eye out for that. Before we begin, gentlemen, because this is going to be a quick 30 minutes because the clip itself is like 18 minutes. But what did you guys think of Chapter 3?
Well, for me, I've been wrapped around this from the start when John shared what he was doing. And I've been on the road quite a bit to take a look at this. And what it made me do was pick up Rendlesham signals. Because I find that the two of them are telling me things, it's revealing things to me from this. And this particular third, I've been looking forward for the third chapter because the first two are frustrating to me because it's too much of what I still deal with today in the work that I do and what I went through with my career. And it also kind of breaks my heart because what John went through trying to get this. But what I really loved about the third one is we're starting to break through. And of course, John, the use of the terminology of the veil just absolutely swept up in all kinds of biblical special codices that are out there in different societies. The use of that term and tying it in with signal. Let's just say that I'm telling you, signal received.
I will say this. I found it absolutely, it was information that I was not aware of really in detail. And even though it's fictionalized, it obviously is portraying John's personal experience in Rendlesham in some instances. And what John went through, and a lot of people say, oh, well, he's got memory recall all of a sudden. Well, if you pay attention to what's going on here, things occurred at Rendlesham post, and that contributed to what John's experience is throughout his whole life since. This affected him on a personal level, even maybe on a molecular level, genetically, DNA alteration. And you're just going to have to watch this episode. It's really intense. But before we start, I also want to give credit to the content creator, Keith Kerlock, who is responsible for putting the animation, the music, the narration. And I'm going to put a couple of his sites up on the screen. Bex Creek Soundscape. So obviously I'm not going to play the whole freaking thing because this is going to air on Thursday. But if you watch this, you will definitely get an idea of what the hell is going on. Why is the clock going off on that? Something weird is going on. things are not working. Tycho, you need to go somewhere. This display capture's off, but it's not going off. Something weird is going on. There we go. For some reason, Streamlab just had a little glitch. But it's pretty intense. Pretty intense. That's all I'm gonna say. You really need to watch it. This show is okay, but the top left corner person is annoying. That's funny. Exactly, Ustanes. I am not gonna do subpar. There's just no way. I'm not gonna do that. There's no way. I'd rather not do anything than to do something that I know I'm gonna be subjective to making mistakes, because that's like, Tycho, no, stop. He's not gonna stop. Wait. Come here. Come over here. He runs. He hates when I used to lift him up. He thinks I'm gonna lift him up. He hates that. He runs. He does not like to be lifted. Never has. The great thing is Commander's background, his military background, and his knowledge of things. Like when we did the show last night, the review and the preview, he's kind of telling you what's going on currently with a lot of shit, the technology. I just saw something moving above my camera in the trees. I'm not kidding. I gotta move this camera. I just saw something moving in those trees. I saw something. It caught my eye, like right above the camera frame. I saw something moving in the trees. But anyway, you're just gonna have to wait, because I don't want to get caught up in the conversation, because I might slip, because I'm kind of tired. I might say something I don't want to say. But I'll bring John on one day, and you folks can ask him questions. He's willing to come on with me, for sure. He goes to bed at 9:30, and he's Central Time, so he's about getting ready to go to bed right now. He goes to bed early. But we'll do that. And John is not afraid of questions. You have a question, he's going to answer it. You may not like the answer, but he's going to tell you bluntly and directly. And I respect that. You have to respect that when somebody just is not afraid of a hardball question. Bring it. That's John. Bring it. And I respect that. I've actually a couple of times asked them some, and it had to do with Robert Salas. Salas wouldn't agree with him on his theory. But John is convinced that the technology was at Maelstrom. They were doing some testing, and supposedly the assets were there that could create some kind of a time-space distortion. I'll let John speak to it, not me. Because that's what he's leaning that way. It's not extraterrestrial. Definitely not. If I ask John right now, it's something that they were testing, some kind of a weaponization test. But it was because I asked him this question: was it intentional? What happened at Rendlesham? He goes, no, it was something that they did not expect to happen. It created some kind of a time distortion. I don't want to call it a portal, but it definitely caused some kind of rift. And that's what they encountered. Though Peniston said he came in contact with an actual physical object. John doesn't remember that. But that's what Pennison says. The Enigma Code. Bustinza. Well, John and Bustinza kind of shared an event at one time. It's just you know you have to hear from them. Well, okay, and I could. You want to know? Stains here. It's in the book. This one. Oh, that's John Alexander's book. Where did his book go? It's down there. Oh my God! Now I gotta climb down there. The book that Burroughs did with James Warrow. It's in there. The MOD actually responded to him about Rendlesham. And remember, the government has now acknowledged that he did suffer his medical condition at Rendlesham, thanks to McCain's office at the time. Alexa, turn on living room light.
Okay.
But in this book, there's a excerpt from the FOIA. See, there's a lot of things, and John has a lot. That's why they. I don't want to say organizations, but there are organizations on networks on TV that have tried to get John to come on, and John has said no. Let's just say that, and they're not happy. It's almost like they're looking for other people to be another John Burroughs. I'm not even kidding when I say that. It's funny because Jimmy Church did the forward of this book. So thanks to the this is not the excerpt, right? Thanks to the efforts of the late senior senator from Arizona, John McCain, himself a veteran, who threatened to hold public hearings in his efforts to unlock the information and vital medical details provided by former CIA operative Christopher Kit Green, who is in this animated series under a different name. The proper information, if not the larger context of it, was provided to medical personnel who used it to save my life. This is where things began to get sticky. I was working with Hal Puthoff, who had been in charge of Project Stargate, run by the DIA, and Christopher Green, who was the analyst in charge of the CIA Weird Desk of Science and Technology. So, John is telling you this. He worked with these people. Has anybody come out to say that that's a lie? Like they did with Lou Elizondo? Has anybody challenged the credibility of what John has said? They're silent. They're like crickets because they don't want to open this door. They don't want to go down this rabbit hole. Okay, here. Indeed, my medical condition can be closely linked to the effects on human physiology of extremely close encounters with the phenomenon. The British MOD report on the UAP phenomenon, the now declassified Condign report, went so far as to say, quote, the well-reported Rendlesham Forest Bentwaters event is an example where it might be postulated that several observers were probably exposed to UAP radiation for longer than the normal UAP sighting periods. So the MOD is pretty much acknowledging that something did happen and that they were exposed to radiation. Not by a fucking lighthouse. So this is a great book to get, to give you a little background of that. It's really well done. John and James Warrow. It's this one. I have two of them. One is signed. This one is not the one. This one. Now, you see, when was this written? The weaponization of a UAP. What came out recently? You know that they manipulate. They have the the capability of manipulating time and space. Didn't a government official just recently say that? So how do we know that this wasn't some sort of a test that was going on? Remember, it's the Cold War. A lot of people that are like into the field of this 2020. A lot what was said in this book is coming out to be true. And you wonder, these people have been talking about it forever. And now it's drip, drip, drip. Little information is coming out. See? I told you. Alexa, shut off living room light. The problem is, Alexa, shut light.
Okay.
The problem is, there are so many people out there that quickly want to say it's extraterrestrial, demons. You know, they don't want to say that we may not be dealing with that at all. It could be. It could be all and above. We could be dealing with multiple sourcing. It could be divine in nature. It could be anything. But you cannot discount the possibility because it's happened in the past. Do we not learn from our history ever? Tests being done on military personnel and on civilians. So what's to say they weren't doing some kind of test? Now in this series, and I don't want to give away too much, they were actually trying to take out a Soviet satellite with a certain technology. And in that process, an unexpected distortion happened. And it happened above Rendlesham. They were not expecting that. When you look at certain movies too, Final Countdown, Philadelphia Experiment, and it's kind of almost, I mean, this is not new stuff. They've been working on stuff for decades. Breakthrough technology. I said this for years. I knew that Tic Tac was not a UFO because a scientist that worked on our rocket propulsion and a Russian that was working on something in Finland said the Tic Tac is ours. I knew that years ago, but nobody's gonna believe it because they're just saying, "Oh, you." But look what came out. Lockheed Martin. And who knows how long they've been in development of that. That's 2004. I wish I had the documents. It's on my computer somewhere. It came out in 2007 or 2008. I have the documents that the government put out to contractors that they had to fill out to do the research into breakthrough technology. This is not new at all. You got to see what they're doing behind the scenes in government right now regarding SAPs. There's a lot of stuff going on. You just don't see it because it's not put in the public. It's in public domain, but you got to know where to look for it to find it, to know what the hell's going on. I told Dolan, it's like, I told him about the Atomic Energy Act. Really, Bill? That was like a year ago. And I also told him about this new updated version of directives regarding SAPs. They're really trying to prevent anyone from getting access to it. And you got to see the new security measures. It's 114 pages. That was just done in April, I think. No, January of this year. January of this year. Did you know about that? Good night, Elise. And I hope I wish you well with everything that you're going through, because you know what I'm talking about. Like the one I show all the time, I have it as a PDF. Now, some people feel a little weary about visiting government sites because it's tracked. Everything's tracked, by the way. But some people feel really uncomfortable about going to certain sites. They may feel more comfortable on certain administrations more than others. And all of a sudden, they're comfortable visiting a site because, they feel more, because they support who's in the administration. But when it's the opposite way, not so much. Let's see. Where would it be? It's going to be here. This one. This is just one. This was September of last year. And it flew under the radar. I found it. And I was like, what the is this? And they really, really, it's crazy. I'm gonna scroll down to where it is before I show it on the screen. And remember, there are two types of SAPs, acknowledged and unacknowledged. Need to know is important. If you don't need to know, you're not going to know. It doesn't matter who you are. And yes, the executive branch is mentioned, included, even the president. Unless it's an administration where everybody does your bidding, then you don't have to worry. There's no checks and balances. So if you have a bunch of yes people, they're going to do anything that person says. It's a little different like that. So the people that are in charge, there's certain directors that can release the information. If you put people in positions that are in those titles, then it's just simply, you need to show it to me. I put you here. Now show it to me. You have the access. It's a really long thing here, so I'm trying to find it without going through it and showing it on the screen. Because this thing is pretty freaking long. Yeah, this is the foreign government part. This was September of last year. And then I'll show you the new one. It's all about security regarding SAPs. It's crazy. Yeah, this is all the foreign government stuff. I think I downloaded, this might be the longer version of it. I might have another PDF with a shorter version. This seems to be the longer version. Let me try this one. Yeah, there's one that has many pages. Oh no, this is the January. I'm just going to show you the January one that I was just referencing. This is crazy. Special Access Program Security Manual. This is a directive. It's 114 pages, I think. Where is it? Where does it say it? Somewhere. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. I think it's 114. You gotta see all the shit that's in here regarding SAPs and the security related to it. It's unbelievable. This is this year. All the security protocols regarding SAPs. They're trying to prevent anyone from getting access to this. You got to go through all kinds of hoops. And here's the other one. This is the one that's crazy in some of the language. But this is pretty extensive. And I'm trying to find this was of September of last year. They changed it. Where's at least the need to know? This might be the longer version too. Yeah, we're going to the table now, so we're getting to the bottom. What the fuck is going? What is that? What was that? Tycho, what are you doing? What the hell was that? Well, you really got to look into this, and it's like, holy shit. It's like that. It's like, whoa, what are they? They're protecting this at all cost. I can't find it. This is the document, but this might be the longer version. I had an edited one that highlighted the most important pieces. We're going to the bottom here. Where's need to know? And have a top secret, we know that. Polygraph. This is the one, September 12th, 2024. This is the longer version. Well, I'll show the screen, the Skywatch. I gotta find the language, because this is extensive. And this might be the longer version, which I'm really concerned because it's a pain. I wonder what document this is. CIA. Oh, Stargate. This is a big part of it too. Stargate. Anybody familiar with that? I've got that document. This is an interesting read too. Right here. That's crazy. Stargate project. So when you start doing the digging and suspicions, I mean, when you start really digging for facts, that's when shit gets wild. When you go down that rabbit hole. I'm trying to find the language though. Because there's a lot. But it's, like I said, this is extensive. And I'm actually going to show you the site where you can find a lot of information. You visit it at your own. Decision. I'm not seeing it here. This might not be the right document. It's the right document, but okay, we gotta look in here. It's a PDF. It's not that one. It's not this one. I had it for a while. Yeah, it's not this one. It could be this one. It might be this one. I think it's this one. The directors of these alphabet agencies have total control on who gets to see what or deny them. The Joint Chiefs of Staff, I mean, everybody's involved. Oh, here's part of it. This is an important part right here. Initial access to DoD SAPs will be strictly controlled based on broad collaboration and shared risk within the SAP enterprise. Access to an SAP will be strictly limited to the minimum number of personnel necessary. Granting initial access to a SAP will be based solely upon determination that the individual has a valid need to know, has the necessary security clearance, meets approved personnel security prerequisites, will contribute to the program's execution or oversight. But look what else it says here. Determination of a need to know will consider an individual's role and potential participation in separate but related SAPs. To enable collaboration and facilitate greater innovation, personnel would need to know may be access to similar information throughout the SAP architecture. All personnel accessed to DoD SAPs will notify the director, and it goes through all the different agencies in a timely fashion when briefing or providing DoD SAP material to any member of Congress or their staff. No DoD contractor, entity, employee, representative, or consultant will provide SAP material to any members of Congress or their staff without Director DoD SAPCO approval. End of story. They can stop them cold. They got to get approval from all those. So they can tell Congress, no, you're not seeing it. And if you go to the top here, there's more. It includes the executive and judicial branches, which is the president. They're not, and I'm going to find that language now too. This is an actual directive. This is not. I mean, let's see, where is it? I know it's toward the top. I missed it. Yeah, it's up toward the top though. It ain't really, it's not easy reading through all this. I love it though. I love to read it. So I know where it is, basically. Oh, here we go. DOD primary point of contact for SCP matters with agencies of the executive branch, the judicial branch, and the legislative branch, including support to SAP congressional meetings, hearings, and responses to congressional inquiries unless otherwise specified by statute or regulations. So it has to go under the authority, direction, and control of the Deputy Secretary of Defense, the Director DOD, SAPCO, serves that. They must go through them to get access. If they say yes, okay. And that includes everything. Executive branch, judicial branch, and the legislative branch, including support to SAP congressional meetings, hearings, and responses to congressional inquiries, so they can stop that shit cold in its tracks. Because you don't need to know. Now, if it had to do with a national security threat, the president would probably be given access under those circumstances, but this shit is so tightly knit, kept under. It's incredible. It's incredible. And I'm just showing you the tip of the iceberg. There's so much in here. So much. I'm not muted. Who said I'm muted? I don't want to turn it too loud because the air conditioner is loud then. This is the way it's going to be. If it's low, it's low. I'm not putting it up because then I'm going to hear that. And I don't want to hear that in my headphones. The air conditioner. So it is what it is. Everybody else says they have sound. Okay. Paisani family woman. That's funny, Ostains. Forget about it. Oh my gosh. Let's not get into politics because I don't think that's a good thing, because you can talk about Adam Schiff, but what's going on right now in our government in these first 200 days is absolute fucking madness. In so many ways. So many. And it's not good. At all. When you have to try to gerrymander to get House seats because you know you're probably going to lose a lot of seats next year, that's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. Let's not even get into the politics, because that's a mistake currently with what's going on. I can, believe me, I can go on a crazy rant. I'm not going to go on a rant because it's just madness. How science is being destroyed, how institutions are being destroyed because an authoritarianist wants to control everything and have no resistance. I remember when people used to say, Obama's going to have martial law, FEMA camps, but here we are, we're going to threaten to take over cities and then say that crime is crazy in Washington, D.C. when actually the last 2 years it's gone down 26%. That's just one. And wait till, you know, a lot of people say, oh, well, the tariffs aren't affecting so much. He fires the person that was bipartisan support by 86% and says the person lied about the numbers because he didn't like the numbers, so he fired them. So is that what the way it's going to be? And if some people disagree with him, he fires them or gets rid of them, or that's what authoritarianists, that's what dictators fucking do. The destruction of science across the board. Money for science, destroying it. Controlling the media, the White House core, having people in there, the majority MAGA, to ask questions because they're softball. Meanwhile, with Biden, he was constantly attacked by the conservative media, but at least they were allowed to go in. What's going on? I mean, yes, they do have some blame, but do you realize the damage that's being done? And the tariffs? Fuck eggs. Everything else is going up insane. Fuck eggs. Do you realize how much shit is going up now? And a lot of the companies prepared and stocked up knowing that this was going to happen, and they were expecting the corporations to swallow the cost of the tariffs, but you know what? They're saying, bullshit, we're only going to take so much. The consumers are going to pay. You watch what happens by September, October, when shit really starts to roll in and hit the fan. People are going to be bitching and moaning all over the place because everyone's going to pay. Coffee went up by double. How many people drink coffee instead of eating fucking eggs? Coffee's double, and it's still going up. Clothing. So many things are going to get affected here. Everyday goods. Okay, so we're going to get rid of all the migrants off the farms. So we're going to get people that are Medicaid to work. They tried this before. You actually think we're going to replace that workforce that does all that dirty work? Do you know how much money they contributed to the economy? And now you're going to remove that. Who's replacing that? So you know what's going to happen? Prices are going to go up. It's going to get crazy. Yes, John. I'm telling you, and I hate to say it, the only way people are going to wake up is when they suffer. That's the only way. It's as sad as that is. The only way is when it affects them. Out of the top 10 that states that depend on Medicaid are red states, not blue. Blue's on the bottom on their dependency of Medicaid and SNAP. Look up the facts. Who depends on federal money more than red states depend on federal money more than the blue states? Who puts into the pot for federal money more than the others? Florida does, Texas does, but the majority who take money and not put into the pot are red states. Look up the facts. Let me not get ranting because it's so ridiculous that people are going to suffer and they went along with it and now they're going to suffer because of it. And that's tragic and sad. Just give it a little time. And that's why they're going to wait until after next year's 2026 primaries when the real Medicaid cuts go into effect, because they know if they did it before it, they're done. They're toast in the midterms. Toast. And if you got to remember, if that house flips, that makes Trump a lame duck for the last 2 years. And they know this. And that's why you're seeing what's going on around right now, because they know the House is definitely under threat in 2026. So now they're going to try to rig it. But it's going to backfire because big states like California, New York, Massachusetts, other states will say, if you do this, we're going to do it. And you're still going to be short because we have more. It's just crazy. And two wrongs do not make a right. This is insanity what's going on right now. Does anybody not see that? They're all crooks. You're right, Fantasy. They all are. Both sides. Look, I say this, you hear me saying this all the time. I save thousands of fucking dollars on solar with my solar panels. Oh, but the batteries. I don't need the fucking batteries. If I lose power, I got a generator. A gas generator. Oh, so they're cutting all the fucking credits and everything by the end of this year. My neighbor's putting a new roof on his house right now because I told him, you better get these panels done before the end of the year, because then all these incentives are bye-bye, because this administration in the big beautiful bill, that's bullshit, cut a lot of those incentives for solar because they're putting all their money to fossil fuel and natural gas and coal. And they're destroying the solar industry. Yet that same industry, which I can show with data, is saving me thousands of fucking dollars a year. Then depending on the grid. And I know everybody can't get solar. Some people might live in apartment buildings, or they have too many trees, or they're in a weather on a coast where it's always foggy or misty or whatever. But I'm saving a lot of money. It's crazy. Unbelievable. And like I said, don't get me started. It's going to take a long time to recover. Oh my gosh. And you know what? And I'll just bring up one more thing. You hear about these subpoenas that are going out for Hillary and Bill Clinton and former directors, attorney generals. This is such a scam. You know why I'll tell you it's a scam? Because the person that should really have been subpoenaed was fucking Acosta, who had that sweet deal for Epstein in Florida, but he worked for the Trump administration, transportation secretary, but they don't want him to come. He's the most important person to get a subpoena to, because he's the one that gave them that sweet deal, and he knows a lot of shit that went on there. He wasn't even called. That tells you that it's a mock bullshit. You can't take this serious, because the person that is the most important is that dude who was involved in the sweet deal that got Epstein off in Florida. When the prosecutor wanted to meet with him, said, listen, I've got everything I can to get this guy locked up forever. And he didn't even meet with the prosecutor and gave Epstein a sweet deal. Why? Why? Oh no, they check your roof. If your roof, either you pay to have your roof redone or they're not putting the panels in. It's that simple. His roof didn't pass the inspection. He had to have a new roof put in. They're not going to do it unless they know that the roof is going to be able to sustain that for 25 years. And like I said, the same could be said on the other side. I mean, really, Biden was completely losing his marbles. And I mean, even the Democrats would say that he looked like it looked really bad. You know what I mean? To be fair, look at the guy in Jersey that got caught in that whole corruption, and he's going to prison. What was it, Melendez? What was his name? From Jersey. Bribes, money, gold bars. I mean, what the fuck? But let's not get into all this, because I could go off on both sides. You know what I mean? So it's not like you can, both sides. Like somebody said in chat, corruption is rampant. It's everywhere. And that's like, that's the one that drives me nuts too, with Ukraine and Russia. Oh, but Ukraine is so corrupt. What the fuck is Russia? He kills his opponents. He poisons them. He eliminates them. He imprisons them. So you're saying Putin is better than fucking Zelensky? You're defending Putin? Mr. Super KGB, who can manipulate the shit out of you? I mean, people, come on. There's corruption everywhere, which is the worst. And let's not even talk about what, and I've been saying this, and Fantasy's gonna jump with me on this. What's happening in Gaza, and that the whole world is turning a blind eye to what the fuck is going on in Gaza, is an absolute disgrace. And this country should have no right to talk about humanitarian fucking anything when they're taking a blind eye. Finally, the president said, well, it looks like they're starving there. For real? A person that was in the military, I don't know if he was there, he said it looks catastrophic beyond words. With it's rubble. All these people are living in, it's completely, utterly destroyed. This is a human catastrophe that's going on in Gaza, but it seems like nobody gives a shit. It's unheard of. We can't criticize other countries like China, and because we do, Saudi Arabia, based on but you're letting it happen blindly in Gaza. How is that possible? You criticize other countries for humanitarian rights, all this shit, but look at Gaza and those poor people that are suffering. It's what we all need to see is the truth. Can we please get, and I know that there are networks and outlets that show it, can we get some real aerial footage of Gaza in its entirety and show it to the world? Please? Expose it? Can we please expose it and show the world really? Because I think a lot of people just don't pay attention and they don't realize what's going on. It's I'm speechless on it. I don't know where Fantasy is. What's up, Cali Nick? But my God. So, and right away, if you support the Palestinian people, you support Hamas. What kind of bullshit is that? You're talking about innocent freaking people, children. Almost half of Gaza population before this all started were children. Almost 50% of the 2 million plus population in Gaza are children or were children. Oh my God. And Fantasy has a personal connection because he has family there. So, we have to keep things objective. We have to look at things at face value and see what's really going on. That's all I'm saying. It's just sad. It's sad. It's tragic. It really is. Well, you got out before the shit hit the fan, proverbial hit the fan, Fantasy, You got out of there, But they're trapped. It's like an outdoor prison. They're trapped. So, unless they're given an offer, you must leave. Find somewhere else, and then we're going to build a whole bunch of hotels here and turn it into a resort for rich people. We've heard that, right? That was insane. That's actually illegal. But let's get off this topic because it's sensitive for a lot of people, you know what I mean? But it gets me, I don't want to use the word angry, because I get passionate about things like this, and just to see it, you do get angry. It's just being allowed to happen. It's actually a disgrace, actually. Anyway, we might see. All right, so now the radiant. You could see the moon is starting to be a little issue. I may have to go out and lower the ISO. It's still early. It's only 11. Right now, the radiant is to the right of the tree on the left, if that makes any sense. So to the left of that wood stove pipe is the radiant of the meteor shower. Think of it that way. To the left, right, really, to the left of that pipe is where the radiant is of the meteor shower on the screen. I do gotta go outside. Oh yeah, I gotta put the clock back. I had a glitch with Streamlabs. Things weren't working properly. Let's see if we get the clock back now. Okay, good, it's back. It was a glitch before, it was weird. By the way, I was talking about the weather, how you can't trust it with the models when it's 2 weeks out. Well, it's been revised 2 days later, and it's still looking. It's not. See, the track changed. It did change, and I knew that was going to happen. You can't trust a model 2 weeks out. 5 days, I'll go to 5 days. But when it's like that, not so much. I don't know if I'm logged in with my gold premium. We don't need it. I don't think. The hurricane season starts to ramp up next week. The peak is September 10th. Well, we better start keeping an eye on this. So let's go to end of week. What is that? Right behind my camera. Now that looks like that might, this is the Euro model. That's probably going to curve and be a fish storm and go toward Andy in the UK. It should make the turn. Oh shit. It's not making the turn. There's the turn. There's the turn. So that might impact Nova Scotia. But there's another one down here. That's more to the south. That one is a concern. Because it's more to the south. Wow, look how that's a strong hurricane. We need to watch that here on the East Coast, Northeast. Let's see what the model looks like in a few days. That's scary close. If that even wobbled a little bit more here, this could be like a Superstorm Sandy, but worse. That's ugly. See now, Nova Scotia. I said that. Look. But what about this one? This one down here. It's heading toward Florida. But it's going over a land island, so it might weaken it. See, it's trying to intensify. We need to watch these models now, because this is when the hurricane sees. Look at that, right off of Miami. We need to be paying more attention now to the Atlantic, because the hurricane season is going to start ramping up. That's... And Ronald, you better be taking care of yourself with your health. Don't make me yell at you and have a lecture for you. But this is something we need to watch. Again, 2 weeks out, don't trust it. If it was 5 days out, then I would be concerned. No way now. But the other one, I'm a little concerned because that's sooner, this thing. That's like a week out. This one has to be watched carefully too, because if this makes a turn later, you know, you see when it goes like this, because that's what hurricanes do. They make that turn and then they go back out. If this thing decides to turn later, well, then it becomes more of an issue along the East Coast. That has to be watched. That could be a really bad situation. If that just, because if the turn happens later, then you're talking about the storm coming a lot closer to the coastline. And you see that white, that is some serious wind around the eye wall. That's a strong freaking hurricane right there. And look where it is. Not far from New York and the New England. Look at that. That is scary close. Yeah. That's scary. So keep an eye now. If you live along the coastal areas, the Gulf Coast, Florida, Carolinas, anywhere along the Gulf Coast, Texas, Louisiana, you need to keep an eye on your weather for the next month and a half. Because the Atlantic hurricane season is going to ramp up. Usually by August 15th, that's when it starts to go up a little, spike up. September 10th is the peak. I think it's September 10th. So, and then it slowly comes down for October. So we need to pay attention. So what's going on in here? It was hot today here. It was like 90. It's supposed to be hot all week. So what happened? The one light was coming from the right side of this view. I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy looking at the weather. If you've seen something on the screen, I didn't see anything. But again, if it's... So to the left, again, to the left of that pipe is where the radiant is. So if you see something coming from the top, it's not a Perseid. The radiant is like to the left of that pipe right now. Because Cassiopeia is right there. And it's to the left and below. So you see that star on the... It's hard to do it because I can't point to it. Daryl will probably explain it a lot better than I am. 108 in California? Wow. What's going on? Earthquake 3.9. What's going on? Been going through a really rough time. Well, I hope everything's okay. Connie. I haven't heard from Connie in God knows how long. Is that who that is? Well, you know what? We all go through hard times. You know we do. We go through those ups and downs. That's life. It really is. I hate to say it like that, but it is. I mean, it's been pretty rough for me with my health, but I'm doing really good now. Wow. That's sad. That's sad, Earthquake. I'm sorry for your loss or losses in your family. But Ronald, you better be dieting and eating right. You hear me? I'm serious. We had a long conversation already on this. When Woody and Petita were here. Remember that conversation? You better... Look how much weight I lost. I mean, it's like ridiculous. Look at this. I'm almost a stud again. Not quite. A mole will say I'm still fat. Oh my gosh. I lost a lot of weight, and here I am eating sugar-free blueberry pie. Oh wait, what am I doing? I lost a close friend a few months ago. It was a shock. My high school buddy, he was like really one of my close friends. Horrible. It happened so fast. I didn't even have a chance to go to the city. Horrible. Oh man, where's my paper towels? And that's the thing. That's why you gotta live life every day like it's your last, because you never know what could happen. Seriously. At least that's the way I think of it. Yeah, now there's still a lot of mods though in YouTube. Cause remember, we needed them. Cause not everybody would be here. When there was hundreds of people here, like on a meteor shower, it was just crazy, and we needed mods. Not everybody's gonna be here, so like a lot of people right now have wrenches near them. But that doesn't mean everybody's gonna be here during a live feed, and they're all gonna be here like a bunch of folks have now. You know? But there's a lot of wrenches shown in that YouTube right now. Yeah, why don't you have a wrench? We gotta change that. You have a wrench now. I should take a moles away. Yeah, somebody asked me that before too. I should, because I'm not streaming to Kick anymore. I have to do a custom stream to the other one. I should. I can do it. I can do it right now, but no, I can't do it now because I'm live. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I'm gonna stream on both of them. But that's gotta be a custom RTMP feed. Which I won't see. Not necessarily I might see those comments, but I can put the pop out. It's been a long time. Like years since I streamed. And the other channel has thousands of subscribers. This one has close to 1,000. But there are literally still thousands on the other one. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stream to both of them. Why not? People might freak out like, oh my god, he's back. I just gave Ronald a wrench. Yeah, depression. My brother suffered from schizophrenia and all that, so. And took his life because of it. So I know what it's like to deal with family. It was tough. Give me permission to take away everyone's wrenches. Wow. See, we can't pick on Nick because he's on Twitch. I don't know. If he comes in YouTube. Oh my god. We could just mess with him and just time him out. Nah, we won't do that. Amol, don't do it if he comes. He's on Twitch by himself. Cali Nick is just hanging out. You tried to mute Amol, but it rejected you? You know what's crazy? Hasn't it been a long time? It has, right? Like, he complains when I play my songs. Anything I do, drums, anything, he's always bitching. Hasn't it been like, when you know how I always play out shit? Like always, to like, I beat it up to death. It's like I haven't heard this in a long time. I haven't seen the video in like a long time. I can't keep playing it because I'll get slammed. Even with that, I can't. I'm on YouTube. Remember, I have gotten away with that though. For some reason, I get away with playing that one or any of the Bollywoods. They don't get me for those. But now, they probably will. So we're not taking any chances. No, I haven't played that in years now. Astains. Years. It's funny you even put it up there because I even forgot about that one. For real. That just reminded me of it. And actually, Amal, you might want to mute now. It might be a good idea for you to mute. Because something's coming. I just want to hear a couple of my songs. Last night I couldn't do it. It was driving me nuts. If anybody sees anything, please put a timestamp in chat. I may go outside and dim the ISO a little bit because the moon, you could see it's brightening stuff up now. Because if there's gonna be any activity, we'll see it. But we gotta get that wash out a little bit. Oh, that's nice, Ronald. Cool. You'll be nice and comfortable there. Better climate for you, especially with dealing with health issues. You need that. It's going to be better for you, for your health too. Okay. I'm going to go outside and dim this down a little bit. Go ahead, Amal, say it. Go outside. Go ahead. Say it. Wow, it is super bright. Wow. Ridiculous. I have to do that. Just messing around. See, it looks better darker. I need more coffee. If I'm gonna make it tonight, at least. The next few nights is gonna be tough. See, that looks better, darker. I'm not in the mood to hear bugs and crickets and everything else. Oh, of course you do, Ken. I remember you saying you like that stuff, that music. You like that song? And the other one, Love, what is it? Love Meta, whatever it's called. Anyway, I'm playing a couple of mine. I'm just making sure. We could see some after midnight. We really could. Wednesday morning best, but we could see some tonight. And we'll keep the ISO low because it is super bright out there right now. Actually, I want to hear True Love. True Love. Yeah, I like this. I really like this.
That special person, magic fills the air. Now I am certain this is the time for celebration. My dreams come true. Will you be mine? Fire ignited within. The first time we met, my heart relit with love. My body began to sweat. Nerves tingled down my spine. Touch me, I hold you tightly, unchained love, you set me free. Forever together, this is our destiny.
Ronald, I wrote this on Suno. I wrote the lyrics. I write the lyrics to everything I do.
All my life been waiting for you, my love. Soulmates forever, you are my true love. Yeah. Every day I cherish you as if my final day. Always by my side, words cannot say how much I love you. You make me smile. Once empty, now whole. Let's walk down that aisle. Pledging love forever. Promise to be faithful. You at my side, your loyalty never doubtful. Love is our force that nothing can destroy. You and I forever, our lives full of joy. Forever together, this is our destiny. Never letting go, this feels so heavenly. All my life been waiting for you, my love. Soulmates forever, you are my true love. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You gotta remember, John, we're on YouTube. I can't play Metallica and Maiden and all that, because I'll get copyrighted. I gotta play my music that I wrote. And the cool thing is I wrote all the lyrics. So, you know. And I got heavier versions of songs. Like their metal rock type. Like this one. After Momzilla. This is Momzilla. Like war drums, exactly, Nick. I think I got war drums on here.
Billy! I need you!
I feel like having apple juice now.
Wielding a mighty shield behind a great wall, countermeasures in place to prevent a downfall. Protective space around me, guarding against the enemies. Deception is the game played by frenemies, honoring feelings and energy, knowing whether to share. Trust with naivety could lead to despair. Communication breakdown, misinformation misguided, birth of unfounded truths, scale way so one-sided, crossing the imaginary line. No respect for another, stones thrown from a glass house, volleys hit to each other, judgment without consequence. Are you the beholder? Negativity will not be emboldened, shielded by my armor of boundaries. Aura filled with positive energy, back turned as daggers fly, repelling the negative vibration. Misery and sadism set aside. Do they look in the mirror? Are they pleased with themselves? No empathy for those who seek hate. Empty vessel of sadistic pleasure, deep inside the anger dwells.
Those are my lyrics.
The importance of compassion, power of love, respecting one another, taking the higher road above, confidence in oneself being, defining the rules and limits, whether or not agreeing, power of mind, body, and spirit, crossing the imaginary line.
No respect for another.
Stones thrown from a glass house, volleys hit to each other, judgment without consequence. Are you the beholder? Negativity will not be emboldened, shielded by my armor of boundaries.
So you see, John, I write heavy too. Just saying. Like Nick is saying, war drums. I wrote it before the Iran thing happened. It was almost like a premonition. Can I put my link? Of course, Ronald, you can. That kind of reminds me also of Striper for some reason. Let me see if I find war drums. That's going to be tough because there's a lot of songs here. Let me lower it. That's Hallow's Eve. True Love. This is war drums, I think. Nick brought this up. Oh my God, look at all these lyrics. You guys would, some of you would like that song. Rise of the Phoenix. Alien Disclosure. No Fly Zone. Momzilla. My Best Friend. I Detective. Where the fuck is Fault Line? Where is War Drums?
Thunder roars in the distance.
There it is.
Lights appear in the sky. Streaks zigzag above. Top guns blazing as they fly. Battle stations for the fleet. Defense countermeasures in place. Emotions whirl within with apprehension. Soon to engage face to face. Propaganda fills the air. False sense of security. Bluster turned to fluster. Tyranny's path to obscurity. Misleading their people. The truth hidden behind the veil. Society begins its uprising. Freedom will prevail. The power of the forces align with fearless allies. Mission to be one. Confidence as they rise. Defeat not an option. The enemy will lie in defeat. The drums of war begin. Thunderous with every beat. A match ignites the tin.
So you get the idea. What's up, Nova? Yes, Striper was the yellow and black attack. Striper. Bright white background will make it hard for your eyes to focus in the sky. Yes, I'm showing my lyrics on the screen for a second, Nova, of my songs. But yes, I get it. So we'll just do that. Oh man. So with Suno, if you pay for Suno, you have the rights to use it any way you want, where it's video or audio platform. Spotify, you can use it anywhere. YouTube, TikTok. You got to look at the help area and look at the stipulations on how to use your music that you create. So, yes, I can use this anywhere I want. They cannot copyright this so far, but there is a major lawsuit they're dealing with right now, Suno. So we got to see how the outcome of that comes. Then we'll know more. But right now, that's where we're at with Suno. So it's a little dicey. For now, it's okay, but we got to see how that plays out with Suno. Anyway, there's another version I like of a song. I really love my Hallows Eve, but that's Halloween. I really like that. Under the Nightlit Sky, I should put that on right now. There we go. This is perfect for now. I'm gonna play this one right now. Under the Nightlit Sky. It's appropriate.
images with colorful hues. Daydreams turn to night. Twinkling appears slowly above the hints of the heavenly light. With each passing moment, wonders are born, like years travel, determining that date. A look through a time machine, how long before we know their fate? The wonders and dreams race against time, the brilliance of light and shooting stars. What lies above and beyond our Earth? Imagining our travels and visits to Mars. How far can we reach our outstretched hands? There is no limit, our goals set high. Watching the meteor streak above under the night-lit sky. Could there be life out there, feeding in the Goldilocks zone? What would an exoplanet be like? Is it similar to our own? Mysteries of the universe. Galaxies swirl, what is that black hole? The power and beauty of our sun. Northern lights are born in the northern pole. Viewing through a telescope, revealing the secrets the naked eye can't see. What is that beautiful planet? Which planet is that? What could that be? Pulling all the charts like a captain at sea. Heart pounding within my chest. A new frontier to be explored. Humanity's destiny to begin its quest. Rockets launched upward with a fiery roar. Risks and danger lie in its course. Overcoming all challenges. Atmosphere pierced with all its awe, its force. Is that a SpaceX rocket or satellite? Feelings of excitement and joy. Lying back and gazing at this beautiful sight. The night-lit sky for all to enjoy. Could there be life out there, feeding in the Goldilocks zone? What would an exoplanet be like? Is it similar to our own? Mysteries of the universe. Galaxies swirl, what is that black hole? The power and beauty of our sun. Northern lights are born in the northern pole.
So obviously I wrote that for skywatching. That's obviously I wrote the lyrics for this. Now Fantasy has a song he wants to play, one of his, so we'll do that next. I think it's on Suno. I published this one. But see, my songs, I don't stick to one genre. I don't like doing that. So all my songs are different styles. Because I don't want to be stuck. I don't like that. I like to play with everything. So, but let's check out Fantasy song. He sent the link in chat. Oh wait. Okay, I paused mine. Sky King?
Sky.
Is this it?
King, fly high, king of the sky. Barrel rolls and smile beams. Just a king living his dream.
Is that it?
Oh, Sky King, free to fly the skies eternally. Fly high. Oh, Sky King, just a dream, worried about nothing. Sky King, do your thing.
I like it.
Sky King, looking down from heaven, smiling.
I'm giving it a thumbs up.
Sky King, do your thing.
I gotta go back now. Hold on.
I king, fly high, king of the sky. Barrel rolls and a smile beams, just a king living his dream. Oh, sky king, free to fly the skies eternally, fly high. Oh, sky king, just a dream, worried about nothing. Sky king, do your thing. Sky king, looking down from heaven, smiling. Sky king, do your thing. Sky king, looking down from heaven, smiling. Sky king, do your thing. Sky king, looking down from heaven, smiling. Looking down from heaven, smiling. Sky king, do your thing. Sky king, looking down from heaven, smiling.
Send me that MP3. Fantasy, email me that MP3. If you can. So I'm trying to download it. But I don't see where I can do it. What about here? Copy song to clipboard. Okay. I like it. Send it to me. It's free to use on a limited creative. Like me, I pay for it and I can just go crazy. Alright, where's your link? Oh, no, that's fantasies. Where's yours, Ronald? I see it. It's loading.
So meet me at the pub, meet me at the pub, meet me.
That's not it. Hold on. That's fantasy. Where is that coming from now?
The time has come to gather round with coworkers and
Okay. How come I'm not hearing any audio off this clip? The one you sent. I see the flag waving.
skyline bleeding red and gold. Stories whispered, tales retold. Neon lights hum, streets unfold. A patchwork quilt, stitched and bold. My America, a wild heart beats from the mountain tops to crowded streets. My America, dreams collide through the highs and lows. I take the ride. I
that I'm watching. Ronald.
Through the highs and lows, I take the ride. Not perfect, no. We've got our scars. Chasing hope under broken stars. But every flaw's a line of art. My America, you own my heart.
It's nice. What's going on in the chat? Let's see. Gotta scroll down now. Oh my gosh. I'm reading what you guys are writing in the chat. Let me go. I'm going back to mine now. Which one? I really like that one though, but it's Halloween. Oh, I'm definitely hearing this one. I really like the guitar part in this song.
Wielding a mighty shield behind a great wall. Countermeasures in place to prevent a downfall. Protected space around me, guarding against the enemies. Deception is the game played by frenemies. Honoring feelings and energy, knowing
I
whether
might have to get apple
share.
juice.
Trust with naivety could lead to despair. Communication breakdown, misinformation misguided. Birth of unfounded truth, scale way so one-sided. Crossing the imaginary line, no respect for another. Stones throw from a glass house, volleys hit to each other. Judgment without consequence. Are you the beholder? Negativity will not be emboldened, shielded by my armor of boundaries. Set aside. Do they look in the mirror? Are they pleased with themselves? No empathy for those who seek hate. Empty vessel of sadistic pleasure. Deep inside the anger dwells. The importance of compassion, power of love, respecting one another, taking the higher road above. Confidence in oneself, being defining the rules and limits, whether or not agreeing. Power of mind, body, and spirit.
And that's what I did with that one. Ronald, I'm trying to write more positive messaging in my music. When I write the lyrics, it's exactly. Like this is just like, kind of like a love song, chilling with the person that you love.
Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it on my feet. Come on, everybody, under the moonlight. Get that groove on, no matter where you be. Shake it anywhere, baby, you and me. Join me on the dance floor, rock it all night. Closer to your body, under the moonlight. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm, in beating mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones. Cruising down the highway, my baby by my side. Turn up the volume.
I think it's Bill NY Skywatcher.
To woofer beats.
I saw that, John. I saw that.
Together, this is how we thrive. As we get home, we turn down the light. You and I together make it through the night. Marvin plays.
We're gonna have to move the camera off in this field.
Music made with each other to the break of dawn. Tingling down my spine, electricity in the air. Swaying with my baby, electrostatic in our hair. Keeping with the rhythm, in beating mood of tones. Feeding off your energy, rattling my bones.
So you can, you know, it's different. All the songs are different. This one I like, Fault Line. Come on, come on.
The ground begins to crumble, cracks and fissures to form. Foundations attacked. Is this the new norm? Panic drives those with fear, driven by those who seek power. Will we be driven to our darkest hour? Rumors swirl, what should we believe? Blame shifts to each other, falling on deaf ears. We build our own borders. Who will survive? Will it be law and order? Is it just conspiracy? Masterminds of the global new order. Oh, standing in the fault line, ground trembles under my feet. Forces aligned to wage war, they will be the ones we defeat. Standing in the fault line, caught in the crossfire. Anger fills the air, leads to chaos and disorder. Warning shots ignored, writing is on the wall. What will it take before we all fall? One side pits to destroy each other, the cauldron of fire to be released. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Is this judgment day or the eve of the beast? Rumors swirl when we had the chance to seek a commonality. Anger voices heard above each other, too late for this finality. Lines drawn in the sand, now wiped away by gale force winds. We all need to respect each other, or in the end no one wins. Standing in the fault line, ground trembles under my feet. Forces aligned to wage war, they will be the ones we defeat. Standing in the fault line, caught in the crossfire. Anger fills the air, leads to chaos and disorder. Oh, 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 oh,
I'm gonna get off of YouTube and Facebook soon because I'm not listening to this shit all night. It's not happening. Alien Disclosure. Oh shit. That's not typo.
broken mirror, is this you?
I don't want to hear Alien Disclosure.
Decades of denial, a mission of proof. Top secret clearance, obstructing the truth. How long have they been here? Where do they come from? Is this just conspiracy? Do they think we are dumb? Do we have control over the skies and in the sea? Inside a home, what do you want from me? Alien in appearance, or under our false skies? A message for humanity, or an ominous surprise? The truth is out there, will we ever be told? Government denial, disinformation, behold. Evidence classified, no need for exposure. Special access programs block the path to disclosure.
Screw that. No fly drone, no fly. Moving at their own will. I have so many.
Here comes Santa's elves.
Why do they look so strange? They seem to be floating.
Appearance seems to change. Their eyes shaped like almonds, speaking without talking. They say we will meet again as they leave without provoking.
Santa's elves. That's Ginghis's fault. Yeah, I want to hear this. This I want to.
In the mist of the morning dew, daylight appears within the sky. A clearing appears in a path below. A movement blurs the eye as it moves by. The power of the mind as the petals roar. Hands held tight upon the silver bar, reaching new heights as it continues to soar. Hitting all the gears, struggling through an uphill climb. Pushing all limits, will I make it this time? Reaching to the top, to stun the decline. Cruising to the movement, machine making it mine. Riding it fast, rocking through the tracks, hitting all speeds, never looking back. Pedal to the metal, no limit in sight. Dust clouds left behind, cyclone through the night. Roll, clouds stir, eagles glide above. No regrets, this is what
They said they seen a couple. I didn't see them, but I think it was 11:19, 11:24. It's early yet, and tonight is not peak night, but you can see some tonight.
energy ignites. We continue to search.
You're right, Nick. I should.
Upon the clearing path, the rider nears its end. Glimmering light approaches the bend, cutting like a blade into the wind of glory. Cross the finish line in a champion story. Riding all the gears, struggling through an uphill climb. Pushing all limits, will I make it this time?
enough of my shit. Enough of Suno. Is it too late? It's midnight, right? Is it too late for an apple juice? Oh, that was coming downward. That is not a Perseid. But I just seen one. It just sucks because I'm gonna have to get off of YouTube and Facebook. Okay, cool. Thank you. I hear you, Grandizer. Yeah, Lon's been on a few shows as a guest. It's never too late, Nick. You know what though? I had coffee earlier, so. What's he bumming out on? Cavacle? What was that about? What the hell's he barking about? That's not a regular bark, that's a weird one. Tycho? Come here. It stinks though because. Oh yeah, remember the boxes 1, 2, 3 across and 4, 5, 6 for the zones. I don't know. I could send. Well, I could do it that way. I'm going to Suno now. Me. Yeah, he's here now. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Oh, hell no. Really? Really? He wants to go out. I gotta take him. You hear him whining? That's what that was. He's trying to get my attention. Oh, wait a minute. Try Night Sky. Look up Night Sky. N-I-T-E Sky. Night Sky. Try that. Oh, he's coming right now. I have my microphone a little low because of the air conditioner. All right. My gosh. Because the air conditioner is so loud that it annoys me hearing it on the headphones. And he wants to go out. Nicholas. I mean, we have that. Did I kill that already? I think I did. I closed that music out. We have a Tycho song. I think it's called My Best Friend. There it is. It's the Tycho song.
Since the day we met, when you were at my feet, instant bond between us, watching from the passenger seat, staring into those blue eyes, our eyes focused on each other, piercing through my heart, feeling out one another. Always loyal and there for me, sitting to us. It's just a cat, he begins to howl. A single bark to let me know it's time to let him in. I jump up to open the door. In the end, Tycho wins. He is a part of our family, not just considered a pet. Was this just destiny, that first day when we met? I'm not ashamed to say he's spoiled, rotten to the core. I'll love my dog to the end, a part of my life forevermore. Tycho is my new best friend. He's always there for me, even when I'm feeling down. This is the best for me. Tail waving in the air, excitement on his face.
So I even wrote a Tycho song. All right, on a serious level, we have to say goodbye on YouTube and Facebook. We're on Rumble, Twitch, Trovo. So Ken is already in Rumble. Nick's on Twitch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link to Twitch and Rumble on YouTube chat. I saw that, Nick. I got to take them out too, that's why. So here come the links for Twitch. Because we're going to play regular music. And I might do some apple juice. Nanu Nanu. Okay, there's Twitch. And I'm going to put Rumble. And there's Rumble. Later, Grandizer. Have a great night. Alright, so that's where we are right now, and that's where we will be for the remainder of the night. And we should see some tonight. I know you guys said you see. The problem with YouTube is I can't play regular music or I'll get copyrighted. You don't have Twitch? Earthquake? You don't have Twitch or Rumble? I mean, the links will work. You may not be able to, unless you register, you may not be able to comment and chat, but you can definitely click those links and it'll take you there. It should. Share my Suno link. Okay, here. Here's Suno. There's my Suno thing, Ronald. I want to capture also the latest EP of Where Did the Road Go? Use your phone. It doesn't want to verify you on Rumble. I've heard, you know, a lot of people have had that problem. You're not the only one. Who was it? Bob has a lot of problems. CND. He has a lot of problems with that. There are a few people that have issues with that. It stinks to get off of YouTube, but do you think I feel like talking all night? Hell no. I'm actually tired. I know I'm gonna take you out. Alright, let me get rid of this. You have issues with that too? With Rumble? Alright, I you know, like I said, it sucks. Because there are a few people watching on YouTube. But I sure as hell don't want to hear my shit anymore. I'm tired too, but these are the nights you sacrifice to stay up. And that's the one thing. With the music, I could sit back a little. No, it's 12:11. It's on the screen. But I've been up since early this morning. Actually, I streamed till like 3 o'clock in the morning last night, and then I woke up at 9. So I've been up since early, and it's after midnight now. Oh my god! I don't want to make sure I don't fall off my chair here. It's like stuck somewhere. Oh yeah, it's off. There we go. Woo! That's not good. All right, I gotta take him out. So let me do that first. Let me take him out. You guys watch the screen. I'm not putting any music on. What I will do is this. Oh, he's dying to go out. You'll hear the nut. Well, that's outside right now, so we'll just do that. You ready to go outside? Where's my keys? Oh. Let's go. Hello. Let's go. Whoa. Don't go near my camera. Stand this side. Come on. She's going crazy. Come on. No, don't do that. It's actually really nice out there. It's comfortable. Get away from my equipment. All right, let's go. cold in here. Come on. Stay over there, man. Come on. Psycho, come on. I got something for the baby. I got something for the baby. Your favorite treat. Here. Here. That's for you. That's for the baby. At least he's out of the way now. Thank gosh. You know that I like that Glenn Campbell song. Actually, Southern Nights. Southern Nights, yeah. I actually like that song. It's just too bad we're on YouTube and Facebook. Fantasy. Oh my gosh. It's just too bad. I mean, I could try to contact Klaus. Because he's in the Philippines. We can hear about the dig he's been on that was only supposed to last like a couple of years. He's been there for like 9 years now. I was supposed to go to Vienna. He was going to have a big exhibition with artifacts. But that was then he went to the Philippines and he's been there since. They're looking for lost treasure. And they have found stuff. That's why he's still there. Let me see if I message him on Teams. And I'm still trying to get in touch with my Russian friend. See what the hell he's up to. Let's see, Klaus. Hope you are well. Let me see Valerie. Now in Russia, in St. Petersburg, it's early, so I don't expect him to. Who else could I contact to get on at this time of night? They would have to be in a crazy time zone. Like the Philippines makes sense. But he might be working right now. It's a bad time to call anybody because it's after midnight. Kind of late on the Sunday, even if you're on the West Coast. Yeah, I agree with you, Grand Eyes. I'm not paying for all that. It's ridiculous. I agree with that. Has anybody seen anything recently on the screen? Because I haven't been really paying attention. We'll keep this up just in case. I mean, I could also play like a show and let that run in the background. Which one would I pick though? That's a tough one. That's really tough. shit. Let me just. It depends on the topic, too. Because I have every show file going back a decade to the station. But that's like insane. I even got Fade to Black from back in the day. Just think, you don't realize my archive. It's sick. Like if I showed you, this is the show files, past and present for KGRA. Phenomenon radios in there. There's so much in there. There's a lot. It's a treasure trove of shows. And John was the host, co-host with Linda on that. The episode that Martin did with Jacques Vallée was good. I'm looking. It's too bad it's too late. It would have been nice to get somebody on with me. Even the Paranormal Rangers, there's no way I'm bothering them. There's a lot there. Fantasy in the desert. I don't know if I want to hear a talk show because that's all I freaking do all day. You know what I mean? That's work related. It's that's what I do, and it's like, oh my god. Like John and I had a really good conversation about UAPs and stuff last week. Last night was pretty good with Commander, but John and I had a good discussion. And a matter of fact, I might play that. It's the Green Veil. It was the preview. This one. Let me see. I'm gonna skip.
Would have squadrons of them available ahead of time. I don't think we.
Oh, that's the one with Commander. It's gotta be this one.
Because here's the chapter shown or heard about. You just can't.
And
But then there's no.
He paused.
that due to prolonged exposure to radiation.
It. A long, frozen silence fell. Jack let it stretch. Behind the mirrored glass, he knew. Decisions were already being made. And so, with one voice, Jack Barrett reopens a door that was never meant to be unlocked.
The phenomenon is moving again, and the countdown has already begun. That's it for tonight. Hopefully, you enjoyed it.
Well, there you go. Now, I know there's fictitious names associated with the characters, Jack Barrett, etc. But there's a couple of really important details in this, especially the Condign report, MOD, acknowledging that due to prolonged exposure to radiation, encountering a UAP, which you did, you suffered from serious, even life-threatening illness. Is that correct?
Yes. No, it's true. The interesting thing, the stage of this whole 22 chapters is the fact that you had to tell it the way it's being told because most people aren't going to believe it. And that's even based on facts that can be proven. So, yes, there's fictitious names, but through the whole series from 1 to 22, there's going to be a lot of stuff in there. Some of it's been talked about over the years in different interviews, but it's never been all put together like it's going to be in this 22-part series, to include the fact that, yes, the injuries and all the people that showed up to take care of me, as far as once the injuries became known, there was a lot of inside help from inside government to help me get where I am today.
Another thing, John, is I noticed Gang of Eight. Will we ever get serious recognition of the topic? And this is not a disrespect for those in the House of Representatives that are trying their due diligence to try to get transparency regarding UAPs. Many of us are familiar with the names. Nancy, I believe it was Nancy Mace, even mentioned that they're overclassifying these documents, SAPs, to deny them access into a SCIF, which is mentioned in Chapter 1, by the way. That is a serious frustration with congressional members just trying to get access to even view any of these SAP programs, especially if they're regarding something that happened at Rendlesham, which we know not recently that they acknowledged that we are developing, manipulating time and space. So is there a connection? Because that seems to be the consensus that I'm reaching, that this is going.
Well, okay, except if you're some of the highest committees are in the Gang of Eight, you don't have code word sensitive access, okay, which falls under SAP programs. So it's nice that these congressmen and senators are out there. Some of them legitimately are trying to find out what's going on. Others are curious to find out what's being hidden from them. And it's nice that it's all taking place. But as you notice, the first set of hearings, they had some people inside government testify. And as soon as they got to a certain area, they said, we can't talk about this publicly. We have to go behind closed doors. But even then, when they go behind closed doors, the majority of these people that are the people that are holding these hearings and stuff, they don't have access to these kind of programs or information. So therefore, they can call it Stonewall, but that's just the way the system's set up, that they can only go so far. And then when these guys come out and say, I like to use the word trust me, bro, when they say it's there, but until you start producing some of this proof, it's not going to go anywhere. I mean, people are rightly so getting frustrated more and more that they'll move this along somewhat, and then there'll be some people like Gresh come out, they'll talk about him, they confirm he is who he says he is, and then he talks about things that he's either aware of or been told about, but then there's no evidence to support it. Mm-hmm. So until that changes, it's not going to go much farther.
Hmm. Based on your memory recall, what do you remember? And I know it's taken time to put the pieces together for you going back to Rendlesham 1980. What do you remember you encountered at Rendlesham in the forest? What was your experience? Because I know Peniston and others there's varying different descriptions, contact of an object, a physical object. But for you, what was the experience like?
The essence of the 2 nights I was out there was I got close to something twice. And both times once I got close to it, I have no memory of what happened afterwards. On night 3 with Adrian Bustenza, he saw me go into it and disappear. Well, again, I told you this is sci-fi, but the problem is if you start remembering things or things start making sense or coming back to you, all the debunkers come out and the skeptics come out and say, well, he's adding to his story now for attention and stuff. So here's the deal. Watch the 22-part series, read between the lines. And it is what it is. I cannot, there is some proof I can provide because there is some memory that I've regained. But at the same time, just watch the series. And then I've got a book coming out in the fall. It's like my biography. And then some of the proof will be in there of some of the things that I've been able to uncover and remember since then. But I'm the kind of guy, and I don't say I've got all the evidence in the world to break this open, but I've got a lot more evidence than a lot of people at least are willing to show. And I plan on showing all that. And you can read between the lines in these next 21 chapters.
And that is the general consensus of the frustration that people have that have been involved with the research and have been studying this and observing it, and their opinions of this is that we do not ever, I have not yet seen any valid, credible evidence at any hearing presented, especially when you have people saying, well, this person showed me documents, this person told me this. I'm a person that held this position. They need, like you mentioned at the onset here, they need to present something, documents, anything, instead of just having people speak about their account, their experience, what they've heard. I think a lot of people are just to the point of, if they don't show us anything, it's worthless because it's the same old, John.
It's not totally worthless because even though I get frustrated with some of the stuff that's going on, they did move it forward in 17 with the article.
That's true.
They've got the hearings going. They've got the mainstream press talking about it. So that's all fine.
That's true.
But the problem is that they're going out into what I call woo-woo land. And what I mean by woo-woo is just simply they're asking you to accept people that are coming forward that held critical positions inside government, but they're not willing to back up what they're saying. And you can only go so far with, I was in this position, I was that position. And then sometimes it's clear what they were doing. Their titles, you can identify who they are. Other ones, they keep secret. Actually, there's no total proof of some of these people that are coming forward and talking about it, where they really stood inside government and what access they had. And none of them provide any evidence that they had the kind of clearance they would have had to look at the information they claim they've either been shown or heard about. I just can't walk in to a building and say, I'm here, show me everything you got. It's on a need to know basis and the clearance level you have. So these guys are really asking you to go out there on a wing and a prayer, and even the members of Congress. And I mean, like Perseids always comes out and says, trust me, this is real, and I didn't commit suicide if I died. But in reality, he doesn't have the clearance to look at what he'd need to do to really understand what's going on. He's just going on secondhand, words that are being told, and there's no way he could have seen any of the documents that would really blow this open. And so that's one of the issues I have with this. You're right. We're at the stage now, 2017, we're 8 years into this. Please, somebody put some evidence out to back up.
I agree. But John, here's the thing. Representative Burchett, he actually said that he's been pressured to lay off of this topic. And I'm sure some of the others may have also, I believe it was stirring the hornet's nest.
They're poking the bear, which is the defense.
Exactly.
It's the defense industries. That's part of the thing that's held up the last two bills. That they're not okay. This is how I can explain this. Okay, it just came out a few days ago that the last two bills got killed. There was actually bipartisan support to go forward with trying to get some more of this out, which was great. But the defense industry lobbyists got into the middle of it, and before it could go to the floor, it got killed.
Yep.
So the point is, these defense contractors are holding a gun over these guys' heads because they don't want this out because it'll point to classified programs. And I think it's Burleson, the congressman out of Missouri, just came out and said he's been shown proof that what we are seeing now is third generation TikTok.
Yep.
I don't believe it, and I'll tell you why. He doesn't have the clearance to see that kind of information. TikTok is highly classified information, whether it's ours or something else, and he wouldn't have the clearance. So that's where this starts to get hard to deal with. Please, if you're going to do a hearing, if you're going to talk about stuff, at least come forward with some evidence that it can be verified as real. And even if it's been declassified, it'll paint a picture. And that's one of the reasons why I won't go up there. You know, there's been a lot of talk, which I have the documents from Kyle saying my records were classified, my medical records were classified. I have some other evidence that they were, but that's old. That's from 10 years ago. I'm challenging somebody in Congress to step up and go to the VA and go to the DOD and say, or do a FOIA and say, are his records classified? That's what Kyle's office did. They wanted to know where my records were, and they got stonewalled. And in fact, my settlement documents show that the VA has on my records, but they're holding on to them and they won't release them, including when they got my settlement. They told me they weren't going to answer any of my FOIAs, or were they going to release any information to me, that they were taking care of me. And as far as I'm concerned, they have nothing more to say about all this.
All right. If, let's just say if, because we've been hearing recently about this may not, and I'm not saying all could be true. We could be dealing with multiple sources here. This is not to discount what experiences go through, witness testimony, etc. But let's just say this has a connection to deal with some type of a top secret weaponized program that was being used at the time when you were there, those 2 nights.
No. We've got the evidence to prove that. No, we've got James Worrell and I did a lot of research. We have the evidence to prove what was going on. Yeah, that's the first book we put out, but we've learned a lot more since. And we have the evidence to prove that they called our incident the British Roswell. It was Area 51 on steroids. What was going on outside the back gate with the defense companies, both American and British, was amazing. And what we've uncovered, what they were doing and what technology they're working on. And this is where it gets interesting, because everybody believes Star Wars didn't even come about or even talk about till Reagan got elected. They were working on Star Wars in the 70s, even as late as the late 60s. And they were putting a lot of this together. And at that point, they moved it all overseas because they had a little problem with MK Ultra. And there were hearings and all that. And the CIA stonewalled Congress, which is, again, people say Congress has power. They don't. When MK Ultra got exposed, just go back and look at the history of it. The CIA destroyed all those documents that were subpoenaed to be given to Congress. They said they just ignored the subpoena and destroyed them, or they claimed they destroyed them. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But then they also claimed they shut the programs down, but what they did was they moved them overseas. And guess where they moved them to? The United Kingdom, with Marconi Company sitting out right outside the back gate of work.
See how fascinating this conversation could get?
This is a conjecture. We will show that in the next book.
And that's what I want to address next. You say there is evidence that this is actually what took place, that it was some type of a test. a weapon of some sort.
And it's in this 22 chapters.
But
especially chapter 2, it's going to go into some of the details.
Oh, I know. It's intense. We don't want to give away spoilers. It's intense. That's what I said earlier. But is that part of the reason why we'll never get to what the source was? Because in order to say what happened to you and others at Rendlesham is part of a program that can't be sourced and said, well, this is what is responsible, actually what caused his illness due to radiation.
Well, I'll give you a spoiler, okay? One of the people that's going to appear in episode 2 is called Hunter Green. And he's a character in this
Hunter Green. Who is Hunter Green?
But he's actually somebody that was real that I was involved with. And because I'll leave it alone for now, we can talk about it next week. This particular person put out a post on Above Top Secret, and he was CIA for real. This is not somebody that you don't know who he is. And he was CIA at the time of our incident. He ended up leaving the CIA, and he was in charge of the weird science desk and all this Soviet technology. And he became a contractor for the DIA and the CIA. And he put a post on Above Top Secret, and he laid it out. He's actually the UAP doctor. He was actually the doctor for the DOD that involved injuries with UAPs. And he laid it out on Above Top Secret that my records were classified because they were tied to SAP programs.
I have that book, actually. It's actually
well, the weaponization book. It's the proof, but it's real and it's factual, and that's the thing that frustrates me, because that book lays out some evidence, including I put in there a FOIA in the weaponization book that I actually asked the MOD a direct question: are you working on technology off of UAPs? And they said they were. I've got the FOIA. And I've got FOIA out right now with the MOD that went all the way to the defense secretary on some of the weapon systems they would have been using at the time and technology. And that FOIA went straight to the defense secretary's office. And they're trying to figure out how they're going to answer me. And I've got stuff with the DOE right now, which it was funny. I got direct responses, not the automated ones. And also with a new office, which will be talked about in the series that most people don't know about, called the Net Assessment Office. And that office is actually more involved in this than all these other agencies combined. And if all you got to do is go look at what the Net Assessment Office is, and you'll understand what I'm talking about.
I've been doing some digging too on SAP directives on a certain website, and I'm finding out a lot of interesting information. On January 17th, they released 114 pages of new security protocols regarding SAPs. It's on a certain website. You got to see what they're doing, John. They're really ramping it up and trying to prevent even Congress, anyone, without prior approval to get access to SAPs. But I believe President Trump recently has mentioned he definitely wants to address more transparency regarding UAP.
Well, that was a story broke out of Italy. I'm glad you brought that up. But there's been no confirmation of that. But everything else he's doing right now, if in fact he has any interest, which he claims he didn't, but if let's just say the FBI, which would be the agency that would, the new FBI people he brought in, because here's the fact of the matter when it comes down to this. Presidents come and go. So do his cabinet, their cabinets and everything else. So they can hide stuff from them, and only deep down in the deep people that are their career people in the agencies. And unless you know exactly what to ask for or look for, you're not going to get it. And even if you find out something, they can deny. People don't believe this. They can tell the President of the United States no. The Department of Justice then has to force their hand. And I'm in the middle of a FOIA right now, or I'm trying to get my some of my DD Form 214s, and I got told directly by somebody in Congress that if they chose not to give me these records, there's nothing they can do to force this agency to release my records. They cannot force these agencies to give up information they don't want to give up.
Interesting you bring that up because I'm seeing a lot of that, the denial processes going on. It's like I said, folks, you really need to look at the SAP directives that are being released now. There was one September, I believe, 14th last year that you should definitely look into how they revised it. But John, here's another thing. What about the public's general mistrust of government and those that are coming forward, their credibility? Also, how do we know it's not just part of a disinfo campaign?
Well, here's an interesting concept that's going on right now. The interesting thing was, I believe his name's Jeremy Corbell, right?
I'm familiar with Jeremy.
Yeah, okay. Jeremy came out
goes. Here goes John.
and said, trust me, there's going to be talk of some kind of alien craft coming towards this planet. Okay? After that, Lou Elizondo, who is actually admitted he was counter intel, who's been running the counter intel op on all this the whole time, in my opinion, he's just replaced Richard Doty. Richard Doty was the first guy that did all the counter intel when this came out in the 80s and 90s. Then we move forward to Lou Elizondo. And you can say it's good or bad what he's doing, but he's controlling the narrative and he's keeping it jumbled and mixed up. He came out recently, first privately, and now it's leaking out publicly, that yes, there is an object coming towards us. Then breaking this week, Javi Loeb came out, or last weekend, he came out and said, yes, there's an interstellar object. It's the second one that's hit this, our cosmos, and
Solar system, interstellar, yes.
It's interstellar. It's not from this, galaxy. So he came out and said that it's going to hide behind the sun and it's going to observe us. And I think the word was probe us, which is one of those words that draws a lot of attention. But that is very stunning because, as you know, Bill, you've seen too, and you've had privy to some of the other stuff. That's kind of partly what goes into this science fiction that was written before all this stuff came out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So this is very, like I said earlier, this is very interesting times. And I don't want to sit there and be like all these other people who said disclosure's coming, but I could tell you something's shaking, and I'm not sure totally yet where this is going to end up. And I don't know if it's going to be disclosure confirmation, but as you watch the series, I'll lay out what I think is going to happen.
Like I mentioned earlier, chapter 2 is, in my opinion, absolutely intense. I had to watch it twice just to absorb it all. And it's 25 minutes approximately.
Then it goes in some of the technology that we experienced when we were out there.
Oh, yeah.
And this all came from declassified documents that we have. That's what I'm saying. You have to tell this in science fiction, because if you don't, no one's going to believe it. And it's just like most people don't believe the government would test stuff on us, and they don't believe that we're that advanced.
Look at history.
I know, but that's the thing, though. You just want to beat your head into a wall when over and over, even people that were involved, number one, say, there's no way what we saw could be us, which there is proof that it was. And even I said that when our incident first took place. And then they come back, and they say there's no way they would have tested it on us. Well, how do you test weapon systems unless you test it on the best equipment in the world? You call me arrogant if I want, but the United States, followed by the United Kingdom, have the best technology in the world. And they have the best engineers, and they develop the best technology. And you have to test it at some point to see how it works.
Tic Tac, 2004. Nimitz Carrier Group.
That's what Burleson said now, that was, and then so did Russ Calkart now. And it's funny because I was saying this 3, 4, 5 years ago, and I was getting attacked from everybody saying that I'm disingenuous, I'm a government stooge. And now magically, Russ Calkart agrees with me. Can you believe that?
It's amazing. I've heard similar a few years back from a scientist who worked on a rocket program, and also mentioning a Russian scientist who was working on stuff. And this is what I was told. I cannot confirm this, but he was at a university and they came and confiscated all his research, took him back to Moscow, held him. Bye bye, you can go now, but they took all his stuff.
Yeah, they do that all the time. Most people don't realize, most of these college campuses, there's DOD facilities on them, and they take the brightest of the engineers and different things, whatever they're studying and working on, and they take a building. I could go back to a show. Do you remember what was the one with Sheldon? It was Sheldon and his crew. I forget the name of the show again. Senior moment.
Okay.
But it was the Big Bang, and they had a 3-part series on how they came to Caltech, and they had a system that the government wanted that they had a prototype for and a patent for, and they came in and they had them develop it to make it work, paid them for it, and then they came back in the lab the next day after they told the Air Force they had it done, and the lab was empty.
I'm not surprised.
That's true.
I believe it.
But people just don't realize how deep and mischievous our government is and how they work, and they don't want to believe it. So that's another problem we have with all this. You could tell them the truth one day. Let's just say Javi Loeb's right. Let's say this object, it's interstellar, and it's actually a probe, and it's going to scan the Earth. Majority of the people now won't even believe it.
You'll never, and obviously there are people out there that are debunkers, and it's good to be skeptical. It's healthy to be objective. There's no doubt about that. So that goes without saying. But I think we need to have more observation of this object as it gets closer to the sun, so we can actually see what we're talking about here a little bit better.
Yeah, but you're never going to see it because whatever technology they've got
that's true.
pushed at it, they're never going to release it. They're going to control the narrative. And that's what bothers me about this, because I was invited back about 4 years ago, 3 years ago now, 4, that I was supposed to meet with Javi Loeb. I was supposed to get taken to NORAD and seen some information that they held at NORAD, including satellite stuff. And my first question was, my clearance isn't activated right now, so how could I get in there? And they just said, we'll take care of it. But I ended up refusing to go up there to meet with the Aero Committee and testify, so I didn't get to do this. But I'm wondering if they were going to show me some evidence back. This would have been 3 years ago that they knew what was going on. And I'm not saying it's true or it's not true, but it is interesting that this is coming up. And Javi said by the end of the year, they're gonna have some kind of reaction from whatever this is. Well, what does this whole thing I've been working on fall into?
And
a choice we have to make at the end of this year.
And this ends chapter 22, Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's kind of weird timing. I have one more thing to ask you, but because we want to definitely play this preview. And now you mentioned earlier that there was things located, equipment behind the gate at Rendlesham.
Yes.
And I have the utmost respect. I consider him as a friend of mine, Robert Salas, Maelstrom in the 60s. Was similar equipment, to your best of knowledge, also there at Maelstrom that could have created the same anomaly at that base?
This is where I'm being straightforward, guys. Salas didn't see it. He was underground. The people that were upstairs were the security policemen that reported seeing a lot of the same objects that we saw at Rendlesham. Okay. There's a SAGE radar system, if you go and research, and it'll be laid out in the book, that ties into a Marx generator that can create these type of effects. And that SAGE system and Marx generator were tied directly into the command center that was there. And this would create the effects that they saw. And the other interesting thing was their excuse was when they got all up in arms with that Wall Street Journal report was that, well, why would we test it on ourselves, take a system down? Well, you'd have to know if that type of technology could take a system down, because the Russians were working on it. Number two, the rest of the systems were up, plus our government knew it was going to happen. But then their other excuse was, well, it took that if we'd have done it to the systems, it would have fried them. But here's the interesting thing: they're claiming the aliens did it, but their technology would be so much more advanced than ours. How did we figure out how to bring the system back online in 3 days then? Mm-hmm. We couldn't have brought it back online if we did it to ourselves, but we could bring it back if the aliens landed at Maelstrom and brought the systems down. Well, that's what I'm saying. This is one of those times I think they were being kind of honest about what happened there. They were actually coming out and saying, but it was interesting that they admitted that we had technology that could do that, which completely, they got away with it because people don't want to realize that that's just proof they tested on our systems, and yet everybody just got up in arms because, oh, well, that couldn't have been what it was. Well, that's not necessarily true. So there you go.
I would say simply, and like I said, I have the utmost respect for Robert Salas. I consider him a friend, and he has his own personal views and opinions on that that don't necessarily agree with yours. Let's just leave it.
But you have to go where the facts take you, Bill.
I understand.
And if I didn't do that myself, I would have said time travelers from the future came back and abducted us and took us away, or aliens from the future came back and took us. Because when I experienced my experience at the beginning, I couldn't explain it. And what would be the logical thing to fall back on? We don't have that type of equipment. We don't have those abilities, which, by the way, we did, which we were able to uncover. Goro and I were able to uncover. We did have a lot of that technology already, and we were working on it outside the back gate. And so I could be disingenuous and stay steadfast that it was the nuts and bolts alien craft that came down and landed. And I'm not doing that. So I get it with Salas sticking hard and straight with this, but he told the story and he doesn't want to do the research behind what I provided that could maybe clarify some of what went on. And no one has said that the effects that were created by this technology we had may not have opened up some kind of window for the real phenomenon to come through and interact also. That's most likely what was going on outside the back gate. They were experimenting on this phenomenon, which, by the way, once again, will be in this 22-part series.
I will also reference something that I think is important. This makes total logical sense. If we're going to see how our systems, our vulnerabilities, what better way is to test it on our own facilities?
Well, do you remember when I worked for Phenomenon Radio, right?
Of course.
Kevin Day, I interviewed him. I got the first interview with him, or the second, I think it was. And it was a good interview. And Kevin was talking about what he experienced, what went on. And I brought it to his attention. First of all, I understood why he didn't come clean with it at first, because it was classified. But there are countermeasures that can affect the radars on ships, aircraft, and like at NORAD and stuff. And the other sides have worked on it. We have it. And you can make the radars do things and show things that aren't real. Now, the phenomenon itself, which they're studying, can make you just visually see it differently, right? So he later admitted the radars could be manipulated. Now, Favor, who I didn't get the interview, I was gone. I had to go leave on a family emergency. Linda got an interview with him. They were using the brand new helmet that's now used on the F-35, which can affect things. But here's the thing that Day admitted. He said, if that's what I'm saying it was, they would have shot, if they would have been armed, which they weren't, they were in training, they would have fired the missile at it. It wouldn't have had anything to lock on. And guess what the missile would have done? It would have come back home to mama and blown the aircraft up. And do you remember the scene in Hunt for Red October?
Yes.
At the very end when the two subs and the captain got him to blow himself up with the missile. And the guy said at the end, "You arrogant, you know what? You just killed us."
Yes.
That is exactly what countermeasures would do. And if they can make it fall on a false target or use time dilation, which was part of what happened to us at Rendlesham, to create it and have it there and have it dissipate, but it's really there in a different dimension, it would no longer lock in on it and would circle back around to the source and blow up the aircraft.
There is an interesting comment, and we're going to get to the preview of Chapter 2 in a sec. But Benno from Oz, I believe you are correct, John. I work in government. The go-to is control, always.
Yeah, no, it is. And Congress is, they get mad at me. They have no say in this. I just lived it. I got told that if they can blow off the request for my DoD Form 214s, and all they can do is send them a letter protesting that they won't give them to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happened with my medical records. They refused to release them.
So you can see where he's coming from when I was talking to him about this. It's pretty intense hearing it from him. A lot of people speculate, people have written books about it, but when you hear it coming directly from the people that were there, it's amazing. And you just got a little snippet of what we were talking about. But you see, I told him, I don't think, with all due respect, Robert Salas would have a different take on this. And John understood it. And, he's saying, well, I think there's more there. He was underground in a bunker for the Minutemen. And there were people up above on the surface reporting to him what was going on and what they were seeing. But he didn't see it himself because he's underground. But, I mean, obviously, what better way to test a system is to test it on our own. Like he said, we do have one of the best advanced technologies militarily in the world. So if we can find vulnerabilities in our systems by testing on them, because obviously our adversaries would look to do the same thing. What are the vulnerabilities of these systems? Well, let's find out. So it's the same thing with the Tic Tac. How would they respond? And the maneuverability. So pretty interesting. And then we see that so allegedly the Tic Tac, and it's already it's in its third phase. Model 3. Probably it's up to Model 5 or more by now. They just tell us publicly what they want to be able to tell us, but I'm sure it's much more advanced than what we know. We can only imagine what they have or what they're testing. So you got to be really careful. I got to take my headphones on because that air conditioner is driving me nuts with the sound. I see what you're writing, Grandizer. Closed out all my windows. So it's pretty fascinating, and this series is really deep. I've seen the 3 chapters. I'm waiting for him to send me chapter 4 so I can look at it. But chapter 3 is pretty intense too, because it gets into the specifics of what they endured at Rendlesham, or at least what he endured at Rendlesham. It's gonna get really interesting. So we'll talk. I'll get John to come on with me here, and if anybody wants to post a question, I'll ask them, because I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that would want to ask a question to John about what happened at Rendlesham. Now, I do know Jim Peniston. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but I do have his phone number, which I should contact him just to get, his take on Rendlesham. Get him on here. It's been a while. Let me see. Do I even have his number still? I do. I'm going to call him tomorrow. And we'll hear his experience of what, you know, because he has a totally different experience of what John says. Like, he actually came in contact with a physical object, and there was a code. He wrote a book, Enigma Code. I have it. And I think he was working on a follow-up. I don't know if it ever came out. But I'll get Jim on, and we'll hear Jim's side of what happened. Colonel Holt, there's going to be stuff that's going to be coming out. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, Ronald, I see what you're writing. As a matter of fact, I remember getting vaccinated as a kid where they used that air gun thing. I still have the mark from it. The older school people have it. Some of us. It's like right here somewhere. It's faded over time, but it's there. I remember that. I do remember that. But I'll get them on so you guys can ask questions, whether you're in Rumble, because I have all the pop-outs. I can see everything that's going on. But this is the stuff I'm fascinated with. I gotta lower that air conditioner. I am freezing in here. It's warm out there. It's 70. But I'm freezing in here. I might need coffee. It's already after 1. Maybe we'll still see activity. I gotta raise the camera up a little bit and swing it to the right a little bit. That's what I'm gonna go do now. Just do that. That moon is tough right now. That moon is super bright. I gotta lower this air. Oh. I'm freezing. Like literally, I'm freezing in here. Go outside. It's warmer outside. I got chills going on right now. Like, literally, goosebumps. Ice cream. Oh my God, that's the last thing I want. I need coffee, but it's kind of getting late now. If I drink coffee, I might never get to sleep. I'm gonna see, because tomorrow night could be good, but Tuesday night's the night for this. Tuesday night is peak night into Wednesday morning. That's why I already took off for a show to produce on 2 o'clock on Wednesday. I can't do that. I'm gonna be up till like 6 o'clock in the morning. There's no way. I'll be toast. V makes a good point too. You're right about that. That's why when I wrote that song Boundaries in the lyrics, there's a line that I put there. Because that's the worst. In my opinion, that's the worst. And I'm going to just share it on my screen fast. Okay, that's the station's descriptions. That's not what I want. I got stuff like popping up all over the place. And John's coming out with that book in the fall. That's going to make waves. definitely gonna make waves. He and Toby are working on it. And I'm just gonna pop it up on the screen quick. The song was called Boundaries because there are boundaries. We all have boundaries, and we don't want people to cross over that. But oh, what is she doing? Tell me I left the keys there. That's a big mistake. Then she'll take my keys and put them someplace I can't find. Please tell me I didn't leave my keys there, which I probably did. But you guys have brought it up. So protective space around me, that's my boundaries. Guarding against the enemies. But deception is the game played by frenemies. Those are the ones you gotta watch closely. The ones that pretend to be a friend, but they're not. That's why I put that in the lyrics. Just like what you guys are saying. But, you know, as an analogy in reference to government. But, it's like they smile it, and I wrote that in the lyrics too. Where is it? It's in there. Back turned as daggers fly, stab in the back. And even like this, knowing where to share, like if you put your guard down and you're vulnerable that way. And I put it in the lyrics. Trust with naivete could lead to despair. Because you open yourself that way and you put too much trust in people. You're leaving yourself open. It could lead to despair. Because it's almost like being too gullible to trust. And that can be your downfall. By being, I would say, you're putting too much faith in people. Yeah, Tycho defends me. Even if I'm sleeping on the couch and mom comes in the room, you know what he does? He'll get up, he'll sit right next to the couch to protect me, even when mom comes in the room, and he will growl at her and even go a little after her if she comes too close to me. He's very protective of me. Oh, speak of the devil. What? Alexa, turn on light.
Okay.
Yeah, no, vulnerability isn't always weakness, but you have to remember there are people that see that and prey on it. That's the thing. They see that opening, that vulnerability. It's like in the Lord of the Rings with the dragon and the Achilles heel, the one spot, the vulnerable spot. People will definitely zone in on that. They're going to look for your vulnerability because if they ever have to, that's what they're going to attack. keys are here. Good. I am freezing. Hey, do I have to put sweatpants? I just gotta shut this off. I'm freezing. I'm literally freezing. I hope I'm not getting sick. I'm freaking freezing. It's freezing in here. I had to shut the air off just now.
Is Piper with you?
Yes, he is with me. And the front door is locked. I locked it already. I see what Bob wrote. Oh my gosh. But see, that's in the lyrics too. You say energy vampires. Well, there are people out there that are just downright sadistic. And they feed on that. And they're trying to drain your energy. It gives them, it empowers them, it makes them happy. They take pleasure of being that way. But what I say is, and that's why I wrote that song Boundaries, that's part of it. You have to have a lot of self-confidence, you have to be self-aware, strong willpower, and not worry about that kind of bullshit. Because that's exactly what they want. They want to push those buttons because they want a response. They want to push your buttons. And it actually pisses them, and some of them are very persistent. They'll keep trying and trying and trying, and you just ignore them completely. Completely. Who cares? It's different if somebody knows me on a personal level, like really knows me, and they give me advice of criticism. I take that. It's worthy to me because they're looking out for my best interest by pointing out to me something. That's different. But when you have people that you don't even know and are judging you, and that's in there too, in that one song, Boundaries, who cares? You shouldn't care. They don't know you. You know what I mean? It's they're just trying to get under your skin. And like I said, they thrive on that. Just look at what sadism is. And that's alive and well presently. Unfortunately. But it's like, and I've been saying this ever since the really 1995, Windows 95, it all began, really. Because this is the problem. This is a big part of the problem. The internet, social media. People feel emboldened and empowered because it's easy. It's so easy to sit behind a keyboard and attack people and feel like there's no consequences to that. And some people just want to be, they might be loners. They might, it gives them a sense of importance or strength. Honestly, that's a false sense of security. Because they have personal issues that they really need to deal with. Because if that's what you need to do to fulfill yourself, then that's pretty bad. That's a very sad personal characteristic trait. And I will always say, in life goes pretty fast. To waste your time on that when you could be doing so much more productive things. I don't know if those type of people look back and regret it. They may take it to the grave and be happy of how they behaved. Because, that's who they are. Do they have regret at the end? Probably not. Because you have to think, what is going on here? Did they suffer from some kind of a PTSD moment? Or some kind of trauma? I mean, is there something going on emotionally, on a personal level? There has to be a reason why people behave that way. Or, like I said, for attention, to feel like they're part of something, to get it, like, really, it could be totally attention seeking. And also the pleasure of bringing other people down, because they're probably miserable themselves. So they want to see other people being taken down too. There could be so many different reasons. You know what I mean? Because everybody's different. I'm just thinking of all the different types of scenarios, but it could be multiple. And like I said, it's tragic and it's sad. But you know what? I used to have empathy and sympathy. But I can't have that for people who are hateful. I can't. It's like I try to actually feel sorry for people that like that behave that way. But when they're so malicious, you don't even know what's going on with the bishop that does the show on the station. It is just horrific. I mean, oh my gosh. And he said it publicly, so I'll repeat it. He said this Friday. There is an Annabelle toy. Annabelle. And he bought it. Right? Because he wanted to look at it. First of all, you have to see this. And I could play the clip from the show. It comes with holy water and a rosary bead, like take the evil spirit out of the Annabelle doll. You can remove and it's ages 4 and up. And it says, become a demonologist. And he's a demonologist, he's a bishop. And he's like, what kind of crazy thing is this? A toy like this. So he publicly went on and said, this is not something I like. So the person who built that, who was the one that created this toy, went after him for months. And the bishop never responded. Guess what the guy did recently and posted it on Facebook? He made an AI video of him and the bishop kissing. So the guy made an AI video of him and the bishop kissing. Do you know how just utterly disrespectful, distasteful? That's just crossing a fucking line. And that's what I'm talking about. People think that's okay. People laugh about it. Actually, somebody actually asked him in the chat. By the way, I'm not trying to disrespect you or anything, but are you gay? And the bishop is like, I'm celibate. I serve God. Like, why would you ask that? Because you saw a video of him kissing a guy? An AI fake? This is what I mean. It causes a chain reaction, and there are people who enjoy that drama. They feed on it. And I'm like, is this what you focused your attention on? Is this what gives you pleasure? You don't have nothing better else to do? Some people, there are people out there, they love gossip, they love drama. And especially if they think they could become part of that, because again, it makes them feel like they have some kind of a role in it. They step into it because then it gives them attention. We all know how much clickbait there is out there. And it all serves that purpose. Alexa, shut off living room light. That light is bothering me. It's right in my face. It's driving me nuts.
You betcha.
Oh, I know Bob wanted to have light, but that is just killing my eyes. And yeah, right now the radius is in the bottom left corner. So I'm gonna leave it here. And I'm not, if I don't see much in the next hour or so, I'm definitely shutting this down because I can get a good night's rest. Because there's always tomorrow night, but Tuesday night is the peak. But tomorrow night we should definitely see more. Yes. But the great thing is, in the chats during the show, everyone was supporting him. Everyone. It was great to see that. And I told them. Because I don't get involved during shows. I don't chat much. I let everybody do their thing. And, I just keep an eye out for trolls. And I'm lenient. I am. I let people, I give them a little rope. But then if it just goes overboard and they're just totally vulgar and disrespectful, they're done. Toast. And I even tell the other mods on the other platforms, please, if, and they do. Because sometimes I don't want to talk about anything else, but there are hosts, females, on the network. And men post such disgusting sexual themed posts. It's just like, it's just like, are these people sick? Or they think it's funny what they're saying? My gosh. But they feel like there's no limit. Now, I've said this because I've already dealt with this. Personally, on a personal level, I dealt with this. People screenshot stuff. I do. When there's and I try to establish a pattern coming from any individual. I go to the police. I will go to the police. I don't have an issue with it. I'm friends with the second in command here. I actually have a lot of friends that are retired police officers or current officers. I don't have a problem with it. If I feel like this is getting serious, that there is a potential threat here, or a stalker type of deal, you don't think I'm going to the police? Of course I am. And people might say, oh, that's you being a snitch. No, I'm protecting myself and the people in this house. You have to. Because you never know. There's a lot of nut jobs out there. You just got to be careful. Especially if you put yourself out there. You're a target. But you have to establish pattern. And then people have this false sense of security. They hide behind a VPN to mask. Law enforcement has the tools, the resources to get through that. They can contact the company. They can get your records from the phone company or any provider. If they really want to dig, they will get you. People have a real false sense of security when it comes to that. Because if law enforcement wants to find you, they will. It's as simple as that. And I think people don't truly understand that. Exactly, fantasy. Not just VPN, but they can find which proxy you're behind. Yes. But there are a lot of people out there that have this false sense of security that they think they're invulnerable when it comes to using stuff like that. They're not. What's going on, Ronald? You should definitely fly here. You're not fucking driving from Arizona to here. We'll talk about that when the time comes. But you would probably fly into Newark, like everybody else does when I pick them up at the airports. Or White Plains. That's the best one. White Plains is the best. And they do fly into White Plains. Welcome back. I'm reading your like it's like ham operators. They'll find your ass in 5 seconds. Yeah. So, you know. But you see, that's the catch. That's the catch. But you have to establish a pattern. That's why you take screenshots. Because usually the same asshole will do it over and over again. But they also be very careful not to cross that line, to put them in jeopardy. They'll just harass. But some of them are smart enough not to cross that line. Because they know. But, you know, there's other factors involved too. Defamation, harassment. You know, there. Did I just see something on the screen? That wasn't a Perseid though. Maybe I'm just too tired and I'm hallucinating. Again, you say that, V, but that's the point. Law enforcement has the resources, the tools, and the vast resources of other agencies as well. It's not just state, local, federal. It's federal. It's, I mean, if they want to get you, they're going to get you. It's as simple as that. Because, you know, there's a lot of resources that they have. I like that format. Where did the road go? But I wish he dived deeper into the topic. You often get pulled away and then go to other topics. People do that though. They talk about multiple topics. There's one maybe main focus, and then they'll go into other little areas because, you know, they want to. It's fill. It's just to fill it out. If they're doing an hour show, they'll throw in some stuff in there just to fill that hour. That's common. I actually still have the video of my stalker that I brought to the police. I still have it. It was creepy. I'm not going to share it here, but I have it still to this day. That's my evidence. And I went to the police here. They contacted the police department where that person was located, and they went to the house and did a wellness check. That person stopped right away. Never had a problem again after that. It was messed up. And like I said, I will not show that, but I have it. But that they went to the person's house. They found the person by tracking them. I don't know if I know I have it. But I don't know what I titled it. So I'm just going to see if this stalker comes up. I don't know if I titled it stalker. But it was creepy. The person threatened to take their life because of, like, they were obsessed with me. It was a female. Obsessed. But once they said that, what do you do with that? Do you just think do you call the bluff and say that that's not serious? No. You got to take that shit serious. When somebody says something like that, that's serious. And I had to go to the police. Because how do I know? How many times do we see that? That people say things and then you find out they took their lives or something happened and nobody did nothing. Nobody contacted the authorities. You know what I mean? It does happen. And that's sad. Tragic. Well, I wasn't going to be one of those people. I don't know if I titled it that. And I would have to watch it to see. I don't know if I called it that. So it may not come up. But I have that clip somewhere. I even have. Do you know what people used to send me? Because it was in this situation. People were sending me what she was saying to other people. And they were telling me and sending me screenshots. So I built a whole thing here showing the police. Look what this person was sending to this person. Look at. It was crazy. Amo, you remember that, right? You were here when all that was going on, right? The stalker, like 6 years ago? I think you were here for that. V, that's funny. That's funny, V. Ronald, you definitely know who I'm talking about. She used to go to your chat. Remember that person? You know who I'm talking about because you had a problem with the same person. I actually met her through you. Do you know who I'm talking about, though? He said, yep. Oh, my God. Even he had a problem. It got out of control. Didn't I tell you to go to... Didn't I even tell you, if anything, you had to go to the police too? Remember that? Because I know I told you I did. That's funny, V. Ronald knows who I'm talking about. But I can't find him. I'm not even going to think about it. He remembers. He said, yes, he's in Rumble. But again, it's like somebody saying, I know where you live. Okay. That's not necessarily a threat, believe it or not. That's more like intimidation. A threat would be like, I'm coming to your house to, you know what I mean? It's vague. Or a scare tactic. That's not enough. So that's another thing. There's a lot of gray too. It has to be definitive. And like I said, you have to build a case. It just can't be a one-off. It has to be a pattern. But how do I know? Because I sat with the freaking lieutenant talking to him about it. Yeah, I remember that, Ronald. Ronald, what was her name? I can't remember. You might remember. Look at Bob. He had to call Microsoft to get her banned from the gaming. She was harassing him through freaking Xbox or whatever. She was finding any way she could to harass people. I remember this. He was part of it too. That's why he knows. Andy, remember how Andy used to make fun memes with me with Pine Bush? He's gonna show up at Pine Bush. That shit was crazy. I can't remember her name though. I don't know if Ronald remembers. Do you remember Ronald? Because I don't. Oh my God. But and another thing too is the bishop, when he goes to events, now he has to have like police escort because he's getting death threats. That's how crazy shit can get. Death threats. He has to, when he goes to events, he has a police escort with him because of the documented death threats. That's crazy. Oh my God, V. That's it. Oh my God. Venus remembers. Oh my God. That's it. Let me see if that comes up on a search. It won't be the other one. It might be. Oh my God, I just got the chills. I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Holy fuck. That's it. Oh my God, V. Yeah, she did that to me too. She was contacting me on Skype from multiple accounts. Yeah, she did that to me too. You remember that too, Fantasy? Now does it ring a bell? Yes. That's right. You told me her real name, and that's how I went to the police. That's right. That's right. Oh my God, this is like creepy. What is this? Oh my God! I actually got a fucking picture of her. Oh my God! I gotta take that off my screen immediately. I'm freaking out. Holy fuck. Holy shit. I can't find the video though. But it might come up with the real name. Let's try. No, she made a video on YouTube. She made a video on YouTube about me. It was addressed to me. And it was so creepy. Like she was in love with me, and that if I didn't pay her any attention, she would do something to herself. And I said, oh my God, this has gone too fucking far now. It was like that. V, you remember this. Ronald's like, Bill, I don't want to spark any action looking her up. Let's leave it buried in the past. We definitely don't want to stir that up. Now, you don't want to deal with that shit. Venus, you know Venus is in, she's in there. She's in YouTube right now. I'm still on YouTube, by the way. Ronald, so if you want to go back from Rumble or both, V's in there. Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? She sent me pics of her room where she had a picture of you on her desk or wall. Oh, now that's just fucking creepy. I didn't know that part. Now that's even worse. She had a picture of me on her fucking wall? She was a trap sent by someone else to bait you. Wow. All right, V, now you gotta tell me. Do you know who the person was that was trying to bait? to get her to bait me? Do you know? I didn't know that part. She was a trap sent by someone else to bait you. Oh my God. That's... Oh no, but we tried all that fantasy. We tried to block and everything. This person was nuts. I mean, absolutely fucking nuts. You don't know. It was really bad. I swear I have that video somewhere. I swear I do. But, like people are saying in the chat, do I really want to relive that experience? Because I keep the evidence. Like I said, I don't know if I necessarily want to fucking see this. If I even find that. Again, finding it is a mission. Because I don't remember what I titled it. And actually, if I download it, it might be a title she created. I don't think I would rename it, which makes it worse. What is this? Oh, that's not it. Wait, I think I fucking found it. Let's get the audio off. Oh, I found it. I found it. Oh my God! Just look at the... You guys have no idea. I'm reading it all over again. Oh! I feel sorry, though, when I look at this. I actually fucking feel sorry. I found it. I told you I saved everything. Now, then, there's no information here. There's no name. I'm going to share it on the screen. Now, you tell me what your reaction would be if you had something like this happen to fucking you. And there's no name involved here. But check this out. Now, what would you do if you got a video like this? Get ready. It just creeped me out all over again. I'm like disturbed. Look at this. This was the video I brought to the police. That makes me sad. This makes me sad, actually, now. But you don't know what we were dealing with. I mean, I'm not going to play the whole fucking thing, but you get the idea. You get the idea. Look at this. What do you do with something like that? Oh, it is more. I stopped it before it got really too out of... I'm not deleting that. That's my evidence for life. I don't ever delete my evidence. Ever. Never. I keep a record of everything. That's fucking like 6-7 years. So that's what I was dealing with. I had to go to the police. Daryl. But that was scary, I'm telling you. V knows, she's in chat. Ronald knows. We were all involved with this. This was not just me. This was crazy. V's in chat right now. She knows exactly what the hell was going on, and Ronald knows exactly what the hell was going on. We were all going through it. You don't know what we went through. You just don't understand what we went through. Tiberius, where the hell have you been? Yeah, it is ancient history. Yeah, Tiberius, where have you been? It's like you just came out of the shadows. We haven't seen you in, it seems like fucking years. Oh, I definitely should, like Lady V says. No, you got to keep it all. Never know when it will help. Vault it. Absolutely, I keep everything. You know something? Fantasy? That's actually... when I was young, and it traumatized me. Absolutely fucking traumatized me. Because I loved my grandma. I was her favorite. My mom's mom. She had a heart attack. She was in Jacobi Hospital. In the ICU unit. But she was recovering. So they brought her in a wheelchair to an area where we could all be with her. A woman escaped from the mental floor above, and she charged my grandmother, and she had another heart attack. And I seen it when this happened. My grandmother calls me into her room and says, don't worry, I love you, all that. She died 5 minutes later. She had to see me before she died. I cried for hours. It was so traumatic. So when things like this happen that are this serious, you know what I mean? It's like, it's I don't want to see anybody harm themselves or anything like that, you know what I mean? Oh, that's right. What was that game that she made me play? Doki, I forgot but you know, I definitely don't want to. It was that Doki. Actually, no, my volume's pretty high, but I can put it higher. How's that? Better? Or I can do this. That's probably even better. And remember, I don't even want to talk about it. My brother suffered from schizophrenia. He tried to OD numerous times. It started, you don't even know. You don't even know. Oh my God, just thinking about it is insane. My brother was involved with this girl whose father used to beat her. They ran away together to Florida. While in Florida, she was murdered. My brother had already come back. He came back to come home to us. Then he found out that she was murdered in Florida. My brother absolutely had, this was his first love. He had a mental breakdown. And definitely suffered from mental illness. It was never the same. He had manic schizophrenia, all that. And then one day, I left the house because at the time I was friends with this woman. And I had her 2 kids in the back of the car, and I dropped her off at work at a diner. On my way home, I see fire trucks everywhere. And I swear, I said, oh my God, no, can't be. Then my neighbor runs up, your brother just jumped off the roof. 6 stories. And survived as a quadriplegic vegetable for 4.5 years. You have no idea. He couldn't talk. He was, So, people with depression, suffering from that, I dealt with it on a personal level. And I never want to see anybody suffer. And if I could help, I will, because it was tough. I had to quit my job because Mom worked in the post office, and I had to travel from the Bronx to Staten Island because we had him in a nursing home in Staten Island. And it took me like 3 hours to get to Staten Island every day and go home 3 hours and be with him for a few hours because Mom was working, so I had to be there to be there with him. Then we eventually moved him to the Bronx, and I went to see him, and he died. I had to go into the morgue, identify him. Mom was working. I had to tell her the news. She was delivering the mail, and I tell her, Randy died. I'm telling you. So, I don't know, I've been through mine. And then I went through a severe depression, and I didn't give a fuck about life at all. Then I had a heart attack. Then I really didn't give a fuck about anything because I thought I was going to die. I was in a bad place. Bad. Really bad. So, we go through things in life. That's why somebody said earlier they're going through a lot in life. We go through a lot in life. A lot of us do go through a lot in life. I can tell you another personal story. When my father cheated on my mother, he was in the marina on his boat with my uncles, with their mistresses. And I was there and I seen it. I told Mom, Ma, Dad's on a boat with a woman. There was one just now. My mom went to that marina and found him. She asked for a divorce immediately, so I felt partially responsible for breaking up my parents. But mom was going to do it anyway, but so you know what I mean? So many things. You put the guilt on yourself. It's not easy. And then when they divorced, I still wanted to spend time with my dad. I would cut school just to find my dad at his, because he didn't live far away from where we lived. Because I still wanted to be with my father. Then I worked with him in the restaurant. This is early teens. Good night, Daryl. So life can be very fucking complicated. But I give my mom a lot of credit because she got on her. She was a housewife, taking care of the kids. She took the post office test and made a career out of it for 30-something years. I give her a lot of credit. She's a strong woman. To this day, she is. She's still feisty as ever. Trust me. Just ask Ronald. He knows. So, you know, life is a bitch sometimes. But you got to get past it, and you got to pick yourself up and move forward. And don't look back. Like I just did now. Don't look back. Look forward. Forward, not back. Even though there are people that will try to stir up the past to throw it in your face. Again, really to try to get under your skin and push your buttons. You know what I mean? Somebody jacked the milk semi-truck. What the hell is going on? Pursuit in LA. I want to just see what the hell you're talking about here. Is it over? Is it live? I'm not going to share it because I'll get in trouble. We're still on YouTube. Oh, shit. Who in their right mind would do this? This is live right now? It says live. What the hell? Two guys? What the Why would somebody steal a milk truck like that? A tanker? For the cab? Well, one thing, what the hell is this? What's up with the pickup? What the hell's going on? Later, Ronald. Have a good night. Take care of yourself. Oh, that was earlier. Oh, okay. Holy shit. That's crazy. I know we're watching the sky, but I'm watching this video. Oh, shit. And this is when they took the truck. But where's the back of the truck? Look at the guy trying to back up. Holy shit. That is crazy. Oh, he blew. Is the tire blown? I thought it was. North Hollywood. That's one thing up here. We don't see 4 lanes. We're lucky if we have 3. Everything up here is 2 lane. Even in some points, 87 that goes to Montreal, it's 3 lanes, but then it goes to 2, and we don't have 4 lanes up here. Holy shit. Now, in a situation like this, do you wait? I mean, how much gas? I mean, eventually, right? Wow, look at all the police vehicles behind it. That's wild, though. If they go down what is it? Is it 170? Holy shit, 100 and... They're moving. What is this mile per hour? I mean, what the hell's going on with that? It's jumping all over the place. 170 S south. Pasadena. Well, I'm not gonna... I'm just saying, they're shooting. I mean, this person seems to be driving. I mean, it looks like they might be familiar driving a vehicle like this. Kinda. They are so toast. They are so toast. The thing is, the mistake would try to be getting off an off-ramp with that. They're toast. They know once they get off that highway, if they do, they're done. Done. Again, crazy people. I might have to... What time is... Holy shit, it's after 2 already. Yeah, exactly, Fantasy. You're right. They're prolonging the inevitable when they get busted. But if they were shooting at the police, when it's going to be a little interesting to see how this evolves and ends. That's all I'm going to say. You know? It's probably not going to end well. Now, why did you say this could be toast? And I can't share the video on the screen if I wanted to because I'll get in trouble. But I'm not familiar with this at all. Zero. I mean, why would you say they're toast? Did they just... How long does this thing go? Where does this go? It's at night, so there's not going to be much traffic at 11 o'clock at night on a Sunday. It's a very windy, narrow freeway. 405 is a super highway. And also, you gotta, like I said, on a situation like this, do you just wait till they run out of gas, or do you just keep following? Because you don't want to create, and you don't want to endanger other people in the pursuit. You know what I mean? Do they just wait this out, or maybe they create a roadblock ahead? I don't know if they want to do that. What would be the strategy here? Exactly. Yeah, they normally wait for them to make a mistake. No point trying to stop them. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's true too. It depends. Do we know how much gas it had when they took it? We don't know. If it's full, yeah. But that, folks, there's some crazy shit going on in California. There's a high-speed pursuing. The police are pursuing a hijacked. Is this a milk truck? Tanker? A milk tanker? It looks like a milk tanker. And they're on the freeway, and there's like 5, 6 patrol cars behind it. that's kind of crazy. The link is in YouTube. It is a milk truck. Okay. If I'm gonna put this in Rumble, if you're curious about it. This is what somebody put this in a link in chat. And yeah, we got the screen on here. I cannot share this screen. I can maybe pause it. Not right now, but in a second I'll pause it and I'll show you what we're looking at. It's crazy. I see 1, 2, 3. Usually though, they're passing the Sunset Strip. I'm going to try to take a still of this. Okay, I'm going to pause it. Actually, I'll wait a little bit. I can show it in a still, but I can't play the video. Come on. Now it's spinning. Damn. Okay. Let me refresh it. Okay. One, two, three. All right, so this is what's going on right now live in California. Police are in pursuit of a hijacked milk truck. That tanker. Right here. This is what's going on live right now. And I put the link in Rumble. And somebody put it in Fantasy. If you want to make it more recent, if you want to put that link again for this, I could do it. I'll put it in YouTube. That shit is crazy. That's crazy. This could go on for hours. And you know, why is that? I was gonna say that I thought that police car was trying to make a move. They gotta know it's just a matter of time. They're done. I mean, you know what I mean? They gotta know that. Why prolong the inevitable? Just fucking pull over and give up. Because it's... If they want to live, pull over, get out quickly. You get some distance, lie on the ground, put your hands. Because if they were shooting back at the officers, they are so toast. Toast. I haven't seen much activity on the screen, so this isn't going to last much longer. It's 2:17. Now, what we could do is get off of YouTube, since I'm going to end this, because there's nothing really going on. And we could stay on Rumble and Twitch and watch this. This is wild. Uh-oh. Oh, there was one just now. That was a nice one. All right, let me, because now is where the activity could pick up. So now I'm caught. I just seen a nice one. That was actually a nice shooter. Yeah, Grandize it. If they were... Oh my God, V. I just seen a nice shooter on the screen. Now we're going to stay on because this is the time when the activity would pick up now. But I am watching the other screen with the crazy shit that's going on in California. Who in their mind would message me at 2:30 in the morning? I'm so tired, my eyes are starting to see. The focus is getting difficult. I'm trying to look at both screens. And that's impossible. But I'm watching Rumble. And hello to those on Rumble, by the way. And Nick, are you still awake on Twitch? Are you still there? I mean, it's only 11 and change for you and fantasy. It's not that bad. They're about to pass Lakers Stadium. Holy shit. They're like in the city, huh? This is getting... Oh. This is getting crazy. Wow, why did he go to the right lane? What's he up to? Oh, don't tell me he's getting off the fucking ramp. No. Does it look like he's slowing down? Oh! I thought there was something that was gonna crash. I thought it was the helicopter. I thought they were gonna ram it. I was like, oh, what the fuck? The helicopter just freaked me out. Staples Center. It looks like he's slowing down, or is it me? It doesn't look like he's going as fast now. It could just be the trick of the angle of the camera, though. It just could be that I'm so tired that I can't focus. He's getting on the 10 freeway to head into downtown. Oh, shit, he's getting off. You're right. Am I, like, behind? Maybe I need to refresh. Wow, that's one hell of a circle. I'm going to refresh. Is this something that often happens in California? Is this like... Is that how crazy it is in California? We don't see that shit here. I don't remember seeing anything like this in New York. Not like this. This is like cray-cray. Now my screen totally fucked up. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to put the link in here. Something went wrong. Okay, I got it. I don't know how I don't know how I'm gonna close this screen. All right, I got it. Oh, Jesus Christ, he's driving on streets now. This is not... What's up, Genghis? Happens almost once a week. I mean, where the fuck is he going? I'll tell you one thing, that's a nice cab. Look at the helicopters just zoom all over the place. Not for nothing, though. The person looks like they can handle driving that rig, huh? Do you see them, like, trying to find a spot to bail out? Oh, my God, they're actually stopping for traffic? Well, he just ran that light. Do you see them stopping and trying to make a run for it? South Los Angeles Street and East 8th Street, downtown. Gotta wonder, why do you think they would be making the move to go into the city? That's what I thought. They might be trying to blend in, yeah. I could see them, but the police are like right there. Of course the helicopters are above, watching every move. But I'm trying to think, do they stop somewhere or pull in somewhere to try to make a run for it? Like, do you think they're familiar with this area, that they're going to a place where they think they can fucking try to run for it? You know what I mean? Do you know where this is, Fantasy? Oh, you know where this is, because... Alright, he's making a left here. Sorry, folks. I know you're watching the sky, so am I, but... I'm also watching what's going on that screen. By the way, sky looks pretty fucking dark for a night that the moon is out. I see a lot of twinkling with those stars. That's actually a good sign for the meteor shower peak Tuesday night if it's like this. To be honest. That's actually a really good sign. That despite the moonlight, we can make the screen look like this. That's actually pretty freaking good. Actually. Now that I think about it. There's a lot of twinkling stars out there right now. That's actually excellent. Yeah, the ISO's low, but it'll work. You'll see them. Now, see, I'm sure the helicopter's got to be careful with these buildings. Isn't that the building of Independence Day when it... It is, right? That is the building? Independence Day when they're like... And all of a sudden, boom! Oh, shit, the grid. Do you know? You saw that grid? Did you see that grid? I was given access on a special test by someone that I wasn't really supposed to. I got to see how when they were like 10 years ago experimenting on that in real time. He was a pilot testing it. And how they can penetrate through walls and like see the FLIR, the body heat from inside the walls. It was fucking amazing. I actually sat in and watched that. He invited me. I was like, oh shit. Is it really okay for me to be watching this? Just, he gave me the access. I was like, oh shit, look what I'm working on. That was mind blowing. And I just saw that grid, and that's very similar to what I saw when they were working on that technology. That's crazy. Here comes Staples Center. What was that building? U.S. Bank Tower. I'm trying to look at the sky and the freaking chase at the same time. It's not much of a chase right now. It is a chase technically, but this has to come to a head soon. Oh shit, traffic. Traffic. Oh shit. He's on the other side. Where are the police? They got to be right behind it, right? Oh, there it is. There it is, Fantasy. Where'd it go? This is bugged out. Break on through to the other side. Break on through. Oh. Oh, this one's coming up quick. Close the gap real quick, that patrol car. Can you imagine the conversation that's going on though? If there are two guys, you said, right, in the vehicle? Could you imagine the conversation those two are having right now? Crazy. This is I don't watch this stuff, but it's pretty. I'm very curious on it. It's kind of wild. A helipad. There was a cruiser right there. It looks like they're lost. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Where's the truck? All right, where's the fucking truck? Oh, there he is. No, where is he? Where'd the truck go? Oh, there he is. He's about to get back on the freeway. I know this ramp. Crazy mofos. You see it, Nick? Remember, the peak of the meteor shower is Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. The crazy thing is, we're on a good spot on the screen. Those stars are twinkling like crazy. Is it just me, or they're really twinkling like crazy, or is it me just overtired and my eyes are bugging out on me? Wow, that dude was flying in that car. One, two, three. How many patrol cars are trailing this vehicle now? Was it 3 or 4? Yeah, Nick, a big semi. It's a milk tanker truck. Wow, he didn't cut that turn too good. What the fuck? At least 5. 2 helicopters. I'm still trying to look at my screen too as this shit is going on, because I mean, you could just watch this. It's just them trailing him, or them. the thing is, on something like this, what's the end game? You know? Oh, shit. Going up the wrong fucking way on the freeway. Oh my God. This could get bad here. Oh my God, this could get fucking bad. This is crazy. Oh my gosh, this is nuts. Oh my God, this is nuts. Holy shit, now this is nuts. This is dangerous. And there's a divider, right? They can't even... He's going to get off. He's got to get off this. This can't go on. Could you imagine the people driving on that and seeing this fucking thing coming their way? Yeah, he's got to make a run to get off here. He can't stay on this freeway one way like this. Oh my God, he's stopping. Do you think they try to hijack another vehicle? Now this is getting crazy. Okay, they're going off now. But what if there's vehicles coming up on the ramp? It's opening up now. Holy shit. Ooh, that was close. This is wild. This is getting crazier. Didn't even know which way he wanted to go. Uh-oh. Jackknife. End of story. End of story here. Where are the police? You think they ran? What's going on? We're about to see the end game here. The doors are open. They're still in the vehicle? They're in the vehicle. Are they? Well, they're getting in the truck. Did they throw their weapons out or something? Zoom in! What the fuck? Zoom in! Maybe they don't want to show that. Zoomed in. Why is the helicopter panning away? Did another guy jump in another fucking car? What's going on? They carjacked another car? Are you kidding me? They got away and they carjacked another car? Are you serious? Well, now might be a time for them to get the fuck away. If they were able to sneak away from them, that must be the vehicle. They're hauling ass now. The helicopters got him. But where's the police? They're going to make a run. If they're going to make a run, they would make the fucking run now because they don't have that many police following them, do they? They totally... Yeah, the helicopters got him, but where are the police? Where are the vehicles? Where are the police vehicles? They're probably all scrambling to get to this location right now. They gotta make a run. They gotta get to a neighborhood and run into the fucking area and try to hide or something. They got a distance now. Where's the police? Like the vehicles. Look at the helicopters just flying all over the fucking place. This is crazy. Why would they stop like that? They're making a run. They're making a run. What the fuck was that? The other guy's driving now? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? He probably knows the area better. Let me drive. Oh, he's hauling ass loud now. Holy shit, look at him, he's flying. Holy shit. Wow, he's hauling. Are you guys seeing this? Rumblers, if you're watching on Rumble, yeah. We're watching the Skype. I can't share the video that we're looking at, but the links, I'll put them again in Rumble and YouTube. You got to see this crazy police chase that's going on in California right now. The link's there in Rumble. I just put it again on YouTube. Yeah, but they still got the helicopter on them. And the helicopter's communicating, obviously, their location. But they're changing the direction so much. They're heading here now. Well, now they're going down here. You know, this. San Bernardino Highway, was that? Like Fantasy said, they're getting 20 years. Yeah. I wish I could play it. What is this? East Chavez Avenue? Cesar Chavez, right? Cesar Chavez, actually. North Mission Road? Look, they're heading to a fucking marina. They're about to go for a boat now. It's like a fucking video game. Could you imagine? This is getting crazy as it is. How many times did they switch vehicles now? Hijack different vehicles. How many times this happened now? 3 that I'm aware of. They're near Dodger Stadium. They're taking a fucking tour of LA. Uh-oh. Why is he stopping? Oh, no. Slow down. He was going fast before. Uh-oh. What's going on? What's this about? Why did he make that U-turn? To try to confuse them? That makes no sense. Because you think the cops would be trying to pursue in this other direction, and they're going to go right into it. Now he's doing it again. What the freak is he doing? Uh-oh. Oh, wait, that's earlier. Yeah, they switched drivers. What the fuck? Yeah, it's like GTA. 3, Fantasy? He just made 2 U-turns. Oh, he's hauling again. He's hauling again. Picking up speed. Oh, he's going into the other side now. Oh, he's still on the right side. No, he's not. What, are they going to switch trucks again? Maybe this one's low on fucking gas? It's like, what the hell's going on? The cops are right there now. Oh, if they got the searchlight out, did they make a run for it? Why don't they shoot out the tires? The truck is going awfully fucking slow now. I bet you something happened. Either they jumped out the truck and left it going running, and they jumped out already, or something happened. Because that seemed weird, right? That the car kept moving. Could they have jumped out and let the car keep rolling? There's a plane. That's unusual to have a plane right now this slow coming here. That's unusual. At this time of night. I gotta be honest. They must have jumped out, right? Good night. They might have jumped into a black Honda now. You're probably right, because they look like they're trying to search. Wow, they're really giving the police a run for the money tonight with this one. This one is wild. Oh, they're jumping back on their vehicles. You're right. They probably got into another one. They're lost. They're clueless right now. These fuckers might get away. Unless they jumped out and they're trying to hide somewhere here. The helicopter's trying to see if they see anything. So right now, it looks like they don't know. I'm not listening. Oh, yeah? They got picked up? Picked up by whom? Police or fucking friends? Maybe they were communicating with somebody on a fucking phone. Meet me here. Is that what you're saying? They got picked up by who? They're approaching the vehicle. They got their guns out. They're approaching the vehicle, so I don't know if they got him. They got picked up by friends? Holy shit! They're toast. They lost them. They lost them. Unless they got an ID on the vehicle. It's like they're looking all over. They don't know where to look. They're completely baffled. It's like they're lost. Holy shit. Anything more fantasy? I'm going to go out and take the camera out soon. The camera in. Tomorrow night and Tuesday night will be great nights for this. But it's 3 o'clock in the morning. They look lost. I mean, law enforcement looks like they're... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's earlier. Okay. Forget about earlier. Who cares what happened earlier? What's going on now? Look, they zoomed out. It's like they have no clue what's going on. Oh, you know, if they got away, oh my gosh. That's crazy. Uh-oh. Looks like the police helicopter. No, they're just looking. Then, do you think they got away? Fantasy, what is the chatter going on right now? I'm not really interested in seeing what happened earlier. I'm more interested in seeing what's going on now. Rumor is they got picked up. If they got picked up and they don't have an idea of that vehicle, they're gone. Because if they did that, if they were able to communicate with somebody to pick them up, they could be switching cars again. Milked. What does that mean, milked? I don't think, what I seen, they never hit another vehicle. No. Hey, they got milked by the truck, that's for sure. This is fucking crazy. And that's it? No more coverage? End of story? It's over? Just like that? It's over? It's done? They got away? Holy shit. I'm ending it now. After all that, they got away. Oh my gosh, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Yeah, now I gotta have the adventure of going outside and bringing this equipment. That sucks. First time I ever seen them get away. Wow. We picked one night to look, huh? I can't believe it. After all that pursuit, they get away. There's gonna be some shit to answer for this one. Oh, for sure. Why were you not pursuing that vehicle closer? That you gave him the ample time to be able to do that. I mean, yeah, I understand keeping a certain distance, but you cannot allow that to happen. You just cannot allow that shit to happen. My gosh. And they, like you said, 3 hijackings, switching vehicles. They were in a fucking milk truck, and they got away. I just seen one. Not for nothing. I know it's late, but the activity could pick up right now. I'm actually gonna give it a little bit more. I'm gonna have to raise the camera up a little bit. Or maybe I just give up and get a good night's sleep and get ready for tomorrow night. Because it is after 3. Not like we're going to see many in an hour anyway. That was one crazy thing to watch. And for them to get away is even more, I can't believe it. That is wild. And it's funny how the news, yeah, I agree, call it a night. Let me go outside and take this freaking equipment. Oh my God, I hate this part. I really do. Tomorrow night and Tuesday night's going to be, and the weather's supposed to be excellent. I'm tired too. I'm running on fumes. I'm ready to pass out. And just to give you some context here, you see how dark that screen looks? Well, look where the moon is. Shit is bright as... It's bright. Look at the moon. It's right there. It's amazing what the camera can do. So that's actually a good sign for the peak. I'm optimistic. I'm not so optimistic about this right now. Oh my God. Oh, it's warm. I shut the camera off. I made sure of that. What a mess. This is a mess. This is an absolute mess. I'll straighten this out in the morning. It's all tangled. I ain't doing that shit now. Okay. Where's the keys? Where are the keys? Alexa, turn on light.
Okay.
Alexa, brighten light.
Got it.
Alexa, brighten light.
You got it.
Are they over here? Yep. Look at Nani's got needs. Nani's got needs. Fucking double bolt. Alexa, shut light.
Okay.
Ah, that's done. Who the hell are you? Yeah, I'm sure that'll make news everywhere tomorrow, locally. Anyway, it's time for bed. But at least the peak is coming Tuesday night, and tomorrow night should be better for sure. Tomorrow night, I won't be on till after 10 because I got a show to do. Tuesday, I'll be able to come on at 8 or 9 when it's dark. But tomorrow night, it'll be after 10 because I got to work. Anyway, you lovelies, to those on Rumble, YouTube, Facebook if you're watching, and everywhere else, Twitch, Nick, have a great night. He's the only one there on Twitch. Everybody have a great night. Be well, be blessed, be safe.